grace, gravitas, and scholarly distinction to this occasion to kindly ascend the dais. May I respectfully invite Mrs. Y. Supriya, Head Department of English and Organizing Secretary of the conference, whose academic leadership and organizational acumen have been instrumental in the successful conceptualization and execution of this conference to kindly grace the days. I now have the honor to invite Dr. G. Beulah Sunanda, Conference Convenor, Head Department of History, whose scholarly commitment and steadfast coordination have been central to the realization of this ICSSR SRC sponsored national endeavor to kindly take a place on the days. May I now invite Dr. Sister Leena Quadras, Correspondent, Stella College, Vijayawada, whose visionary leadership and unwavering support continue to the institution along the path of excellence to kindly grace the day. May I request Mrs. Swapna, Vice Principal Inter, to welcome Sister with a sapling. I now invite Dr. Sister Iniyasamma Gade, Principal, Stella College, Vijayawada, whose academic stewardship and commitment to holistic education inspire both faculty and students alike to kindly take a place on the dais. May I request Captain N. Sailaja, Lecturer, Department of History, to present the sapling to Reverend Sister as a token of our esteem. May I next invite Dr. Nitin Verghese, Head, Department of English, St. Birchman's College, Chari, Kerala, our keynote speaker, an accomplished scholar whose critical insights enrich contemporary literary discourse to graciously ascend the day. As a gesture of our appreciation, may I request Student Dean, Mrs. Padmalatha, to honor Dr. Nitin Verghese with a sapling. I now have the honor to invite Professor N. Usha, Registrar, Department of English, Krishna University, Machilipatnam, our esteemed guest of honor, a distinguished academician and administrator, to kindly grace the day with her presence. May I request the IQAC coordinator, Dr. Yes, Vanilatha, to present the sapling to Professor N. Usha as a symbol of our respect
I come before you today, and there's just one thing that I want to say. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for all you've given to me, for all the blessings that I cannot see. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. With a grateful heart, with a song of praise, with an outstretched arm, I bless your name and thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. For all you've done in my life, you took my darkness and gave me your light. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. You took my sin and my shame. You took my sickness and healed all my pain. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. With a grateful heart, with a song of praise, with an outstretched arm, I'll bless your name. We thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. We thank you, Lord.
Thank you. Ceremonial line. My request for the dignitaries on the dais to please raise the occasion by lighting the light. the tone for the deliberation. I now have the honor of inviting Dr. Iniyasamma Gade, Principal, Stella College, Vijayawada, to welcome the gathering with her address. Respected Chief Guest, Professor Ramji Kuna, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Krishna University, esteemed guest of honor, Professor N. Usha, Registrar, Krishna University and Professor of English, distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Nitin Varghese, respected correspondent, Dr. Leena Quadras, Dr. Beulah, Conference Convener, Ms. Supriya, Conference Secretary, dear HODs, faculty members, research scholars, students, and all distinguished delegates, and special invitee, Dr. Sandhya Madam. Good morning and a very warm welcome to you all. It gives me great joy to welcome you to Stella College for the ICSSR SRC sponsored two-day national conference on bridging borders, reimagining futures, diasporic identity, integration and innovation in an era of global transformation. We are honored by your gracious presence, which adds great academic value and prestige to this scholarly gathering. In an era marked by rapid mobility, cultural intersections, and global challenges, the study of diasporic identity and integration assumes great significance. This conference provides a valuable forum for scholars to critically examine the evolving narratives of migration and to explore innovative pathways for inclusive global development. I am confident that the sessions and discussions will foster meaningful intellectual exchange and interdisciplinary collaboration. I congratulate the Departments of History, Tourism and Travel Management and English, along with the IQAC, for organizing this conference with great dedication and academic vision. I also extend my appreciation to the organizing committee for their tireless efforts in bringing together scholars from different institutions. Stella has always upheld the values of academic excellence, social responsibility, and inclusive growth. We believe that education must not only impart knowledge but also nurture global citizens with empathy and critical thinking. This conference truly reflects that vision. Once again, I extend a hearty welcome to all our guests and participants. May this conference be intellectually enriching, professionally rewarding, and personally inspiring for each one of you. I wish the conference a great success. Thank you, and I wish you all a fruitful and memorable academic experience at Stella. God bless us all. Thank you, sister, for your inspiring and insightful words. May I now request Dr. Sister Leena Quadras, Correspondent, Stella College, to share her wishes and blessings with the gathering. Respected Chief Guest, Professor Ramji Kuna, Vice Chancellor of Krishna University, Machilipatnam, Guests of Honor, Professor N. Usha, Registrar, Department of English, Krishna University, distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Nitin Varghese, Head of the Department of English, then Berkman's College, Changanacheri, Kerala,
Dr. Sister Iniyasamma Gade, Principal. Special invitees, Dr. Govindarajan, Dr. Sandhya, Father, and other special invitees, the Vice Principals and Deans of Stella College, the convener of the conference, Dr. Beulah, and the organizing secretary, Mrs. Supriya, esteemed scholars, academicians, delegates, faculty, and my dear students. A very good morning to you all. It gives me immense pleasure to extend my warmest greetings to everyone assembled here for the inauguration of the ICSSR SRC sponsored two-day national conference on bridging borders, reimagining futures, diasporic identity integration and innovation in an era of global transformation, organized by the Departments of History and Tourism, English, and the IQAC, that's Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Stella College. My cordial felicitations to our distinguished chief guest of honor, and keynote speaker whose presence lends great distinction to this academic gathering. I also extend my special greetings to our special invitees and to all the academicians and delegates who have come from various institutions to present their research and scholarly insights. In an era characterized by the global mobility, digital connectivity, and cultural intersections, the study of diaspora has become increasingly significant. Issues of identity, belonging, integration, and innovation transcend geographical boundaries and are shaped by transnational experiences and global networks. The theme of this conference is therefore both timely and meaningful, encouraging us to reflect on migration, cultural memory, interdisciplinary perspective, and emerging forms of global engagement. At Stella College, as we all know, we remain committed to academic excellence, value-based education, and socially relevant research. Conferences such as this reflect our resolve to foster critical inquiry, encourage collaborative scholarship, and respond constructively to contemporary global challenges. They also provide a vibrant platform for faculty and students to engage with evolving academic discourses. I take this opportunity to place on record my deep appreciation to the Departments of History and Tourism, English, and the IQAC for their vision and initiative in organizing this conference. I also commend the organizing committee, advisory committee, and all those who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth conduct of this event. My special appreciation goes to the delegates and presenters whose research contributions will enrich this conference. Your scholarly engagement not only advances the field of diaspora studies but also helps shape informed, inclusive, and innovative perspectives for the future. I am confident that the deliberations over the next 2 days will be intellectually stimulating and academically rewarding. May this conference inspire meaningful dialogue, intercultural understanding, and sustained research collaborations among scholars and students alike. I wish the conference every success and all the participants a truly enriching academic experience. Thank you and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sister, for your words of encouragement and blessing. The intellectual core of any academic conference lies in the clarity and depth in its theme, which frames our inquiries and guides our scholarly engagement. It is now my privilege to invite Dr. G. Beulah Sunanda, Head Department of History and Tourism, Stella College, to present the theme of the conference. With a scholarly insight and academic leadership, she will elucidate the conceptual vision and relevance of this conference in the contemporary global context. Ma'am.
Thank you, Shanti. A very warm welcome to all my students and to the special dignitaries on the dais. I extend a warm welcome to the Vice Chancellor, Professor Ramya, the Registrar, Dr. N. Usha, to the Principal, and our Correspondent, and our special invitees for the occasion, Professor Kupuram Govindarajan, Reverend Father Arukya Swami, Dr. B. Prakasham, Dr. Sandhya Man, Mr. Noel, and to all my dear students. A special welcome also to our keynote speaker, Ms. Dr. Vijayawada. It's my pleasure to present to you the theme of this conference. First of all, the person who was responsible very much behind us to organize this conference, ICSSR conference, was our dear principal, Dr. Sister Iniyasamma. She was very, very enthusiastic about organizing this particular conference. And then she asked us, when you do it together, we're going to apply for it. So we were very enthusiastic along with the Department of Literature, History and Tourism. We have collaborated together and we have applied for it. And we are very fortunate that we were able to organize this conference today. The purpose of organizing the National Conference on Bridging Borders, Reimagining Futures, Diasporic Identity, Integration, Innovation in an Era of Global Transformation is to create an interdisciplinary platform for critical dialogue on the changing nature of diaspora in a rapidly changing global scenario. In the context of heightened global mobility, people from one country to another, there's a lot of mobility there, intensified digital interconnectedness and shifting geopolitical landscapes. Diasporic communities have emerged, and they have a very significant social, cultural, and economic and political contribution across national boundaries. So reimagining future from a diasporic point of view involves understanding how migrant and transnational communities envision belonging, development, and identity beyond fixed national boundaries. So the diasporic perspectives will also highlight hybrid cultural formations, plural loyalties, sustained connections between home and host societies. So anyway, taking all these ideas into consideration, we have organized a conference, a 2-day national conference, and through this national conference, we seek to deepen scholarly understanding of how diasporic identities are formed, negotiated, and transformed within transnational spaces. It also aims to examine diverse experiences of migration, integration, and belonging, while moving beyond a linear models of assimilation to highlight plural, hybrid, and negotiated forms of identity. And this conference also brings together the scholars from different areas of study like history, sociology, political science, economics, cultural studies, development studies, languages. And the conference also encourages interdisciplinary perspectives on diaspora as both a lived experience and analytical framework. Another important purpose in organizing this particular conference also is to explore the innovative potential of diasporic communities, how they are fostering knowledge exchange, entrepreneurship, cultural production, and development linkages between home and host communities. We also, through this conference, we also aim to assess critically policy frameworks relating to migration, citizenship, social inclusion, etc. And the conference also seeks to bridge academic research with policy relevance by facilitating dialogue between researchers, practitioners, and policymakers. So we have invited a number of papers, and we are very fortunate enough to receive quite a few presentations of papers relevant to this particular topic. And I'm sure that these 2 days of conference will enable the dissemination of this particular theme through the various scholarly presentations. And we are also very, very happy that some of the most known knowledgeable resource persons we are able to get, like Dr. Govindraj Kupuram, Dr. Usha, Reverend Father Arigasamy, and Dr. Nitin Verghese, etc. And on this occasion, I also feel very happy, very proud, in fact, to say that Dr. Usha was at one time my student. So, and it's really great to see our students go taking higher places in their career. So anyway, thank you, ma'am. So the conference aims to reimagine diaspora not merely as a consequence of global transformation, but as a transformative force capable of shaping resilient, inclusive, and interconnected futures. So I just wish all of you a very enriching and very enjoyable conference for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for that lucid and insightful presentation of the conference theme. Your thoughtful articulation has not only illuminated the conceptual framework of this scholarly gathering, but also set a clear and compelling direction for the deliberations that will unfold over the next 2 weeks. We deeply appreciate your scholarly clarity and the academic vision you have shared with us. The stature of a distinguished guest is best presented through words that reflect both scholarly merit and professional eminence. It is now my privilege to invite Captain N. Sailaja, Lecturer, Department of History, Stella College, to formally introduce the guest of honor, Dr. N. Usha, to this august gathering.
Very good morning to one and all who are present here. It is a privilege and distinct honor to introduce a luminary in the field of English literature and academic administration, Dr. N. Usha. With a distinguished career spanning nearly 3 decades, Dr. Usha currently serves as the Registrar of Krishna University, Machilipatnam, where she is also a professor in the Department of English. Her academic foundation is as rigorous as it is impressive, holding a PhD from Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, an MA and MPhil from the Central Scholar of vast intellectual range. Her expertise encompasses comparative literature, translation studies, and literary theory, extending into niche areas like Indian diasporic and new literature in English. Beyond the classroom, she has been a mentor and guide to numerous PhD scholars, fostering research in cultural studies, feminism, and eco-criticism. Her administrative footprint is equally remarkable. She has shaped the institutional fabric of Krishna University through roles as Director of Research and Development, Principal of the University Campus College, and Head of both the English and Telugu departments. Today, as Registrar, she continues to be a driving force in elevating academic standards and nurturing a holistic research culture. Hearty welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam, for that gracious and comprehensive introduction, which has so eloquently highlighted the academic distinction and professional accomplishments of our honored guest of honor. At this distinguished moment of the inaugural proceedings, we are honored to receive an address from an eminent academician and accomplished administrator whose contributions to higher education have been both significant and enduring. It is with great respect and privilege that I invite Professor N. Usha, Registrar, Department of English, Krishna University, Machilipatnam, esteemed guest of honor, to deliver her message and to share her scholarly reflections with this august gathering. Madam Prof.
Honorable Chief Guest and Vice Chancellor of Krishna University, Professor Ramji Garu, the keynote speaker, Dr. Nitin Varghese, Principal and Correspondent of Stella College, Sister Leena Quadras, Principal Dr. Iniyasamma, my dear teacher, Dr. Beulah, who is convening this conference, the HOD, Dr. Supriya, the other dignitaries, students, and my other senior teacher, Dr. Sandhya, who taught me English in BA English, and also dear students. This is indeed a literary treat to be part of this ICSSR National Conference in Stella College. I remember when I used to be a student of Pondicherry University, I wrote an All India entrance exams, stood third in the entrance and got a seat in Central University Pondicherry. And when I went there, I found that MTA was in great demand, Master of Tourism Administration. Okay, students from all over India used to vie for a seat in MTA. And going from Andhra Pradesh, where people would talk about computer science, IT and all that, even at that point of time, I used to wonder why people used to go for MTA. But later I came to know that my contemporary batchmates from MTA are spread worldwide. They have become what we call as Indian diaspora today. After doing Masters in Tourism Administration, they have traveled places. So, literature, tourism, history, all these are interconnected, interdisciplinary, as we have to talk in NEP terms. So tourism and literature is also connected with diaspora because Indian diaspora is 34.3 million strong, spread across 190 countries in this world. And they are the largest in remittances towards India. So our Indian diaspora is so strong that they have really helped India to grow as the third largest economy in the world in terms of GDP. And definitely they are not just the diasporic power but also soft power, because in 50 countries worldwide, Indian diasporic Indians are in seats of power as presidents or prime ministers or ministers, be it Singapore, Malaysia, Mauritius, Fiji, Australia, UK, or France. Okay, in most of these countries, let's not forget USA. Even in USA, there are a number of politicians who are Indians. So all these people have really been in touch. And when we talk of diaspora and literature, we also should not forget the arts, then the tourism, which is also part of this diaspora. Today, when we talk of heritage tourism, renovation of temples or religious places in India, and when we talk of environmentalism, we also should remember that Indian diaspora have been helping India at the grassroots level in order to sponsor these heritage projects. Right from Ayodhya, Sri Ram Temple or Taj Mahal or other places of worship. So the soft power of Indian diaspora has helped us to become the fifth, what do you say, to be part of the fifth industrial revolution today in AI with Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai of Google or Microsoft. Okay, they have also been a part of this kind of leadership through diaspora. And if you understand, today in Andhra Pradesh, we are talking of Quantum Valley. And very recently, I happened to attend one of the workshops on Quantum Valley. From January 1st, our CM has started this, in association with the union government. So, in order to take quantum mission forward, a number of eminent technologists from Indian diaspora are really helping the state of Andhra Pradesh to develop Quantum Valley in accordance with Silicon Valley, which is another diaspora project from California. So when we look into all these approaches to diaspora, we should really remember that culture, literature, tourism play a significant role in understanding our Indian culture, our Telugu culture. And we really need to give a lot of support, lot of encouragement to such conferences which are happening in these colleges in order to update ourselves and in order to take our ideas forward, because conferences are really literary treats for all of us to understand what is happening around us, not just in our Vijayawada but also worldwide. And I do hope the proceedings of this conference will be helpful for future academicians in order to bring in new ideas and new terms of diaspora into normal coinage today. And I do hope ICSSR conference will bridge those borders and will bridge those ideas together. And I really encourage the scholars, teachers, and also the students to do research on diaspora if you plan to take up research in future, because this is the most happening subject in research. And there are many aspects of diaspora which have not been even taken up. When I started my research in 98, on diaspora, there were hardly any takers. And I didn't even have Amazon or Flipkart to order books also. I had to go around different places, different libraries, and also order some of the books from my diasporic friends abroad in order to get even the resources. But today, we are living in 2026 in knowledge economy where everything is possible with a mobile phone, be it online material, resources, or even hard copies of the books. So make use of this technology and explore on these new ideas so that we go forward and add new knowledge to the existing knowledge. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Madam, for your erudite and insightful message. Your observations have added depth and distinction to the proceedings and have greatly enriched the academic discourse of this conference. We are deeply grateful for the wisdom and perspective you have so graciously shared with us. I now invite Dr. S. Krupa Sheela, Lecturer, Department of English, to formally introduce the chief guest to this august gathering.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Dr. Krupa Sheela, Associate Professor,
Department of English, Stella. It's a matter of great pride and honor to introduce our chief guest of this ICSSR SRC sponsored two-day national conference. He is Professor Ramji Kuna. He is a distinguished academic leader and an engineer in mechanical discipline, presently serving as the Vice Chancellor of Krishna University, Andhra Pradesh. With a long and accomplished career rooted in Andhra University, Visakhapatnam, he has combined teaching, research, and academic administration to advance higher education in engineering and allied fields. Beginning his career as a faculty member in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Andhra University, Professor Ramji rose through the ranks to become a professor, contributing significantly in areas such as machine design, vehicle dynamics, and related domains of mechanical engineering. Over the years, he has guided numerous students, participated in curriculum development, and helped shape outcome-based engineering education in tune with contemporary industry requirements. His academic footprint, as reflected through institutional research information systems, includes contributions to research publications, technical guidance, and active participation in academic bodies as well professional forums. As Vice Chancellor of Krishna University, now Professor Ramji has taken the responsibility of steering a growing state university towards excellence in teaching, research, and community engagement. Under his leadership, Krishna University is strengthening interdisciplinary programs, enhancing research culture, and aligning its academic vision with national policies such as the National Education Policy 2020, with a focus on quality, inclusivity, and innovation. He is bringing to this office a strong grounding in public university systems. His experience in working with regular and accreditation frameworks and his commitment to fostering collaboration between academia, industry, and society. Professor Ramji's journey from a core engineering discipline to the helm of a university reflects a blend of technical expertise and academic statesmanship. His work exemplifies how a teacher researcher can evolve into an institutional leader using administrative platforms to promote research, student centric learning, and ethical academic governance. In his current role, he is consistently inspiring faculty, researchers, and students to strive for excellence while upholding the values of public higher education in India. We are so pleased to have your presence with us this pleasant morning, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Respected the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, in Telugu we are calling Endra Mohan Kalu, Andarki Vandanalu. Because this is a family, when madam informed to me almost 1.5 months back, under any circumstances I have to attend this function. That is what I mentally decided. The reason behind this is because we have sometimes there are priorities are changing, meetings are there. So that may be one reason I am applying whether it is maybe missing, but anyway at any cost, I materialize the things. But the point here is, I am congratulating the first of all. During 22nd and 23rd January 2026, and the entire Stella College family members and the participants from the outside and faculty members. Welcome to this particular conference. My dear student friends as well as elders, please concentrate 10 minutes of my speech. It may be useful, not only my speech, all other eminent personality speeches also is very equally important. But it is useful in your another 50 years or 60 years of your journey. If you consider the 70s, 80s, 90s, here the people occupying the topmost position. Please understand. The humanities, social sciences, and you can even commerce, management, tourism, and these are the people occupy top-notch positions within India as well as the even abroad also, like IAS officers. What not, you can take any position, you are the member is there. But now, at that time, people mindset is they need a government job. The government job is required. That is the mindset. People are there. Now, after that, IT came around 90s. The liberalization, globalization, privatization. This is where the LPG entered. Which year entered? 1990. Today we are in 25. 26 also entered. 25 completed. How many years we have completed? 35-year journey completed. Okay? At that time, late our Honorable Prime Minister as well as Finance Minister, P.V. Ramsingh and Manmohan Singh, they are also worrying about whether it is this liberalization, globalization, privatization will work out for India or not. Why? Because there are a lot of diversity of this country. If you travel every 100 kilometers, language changing, culture changing, everything is changing. That is one of the advantages of this country, beauty of this country. With a lot of diversity. If you go to any other country, developed country, you don't get that. Same food taste, everything same. But this is the country where if you travel 100 kilometers, not 100 kilometers, if you travel Vijayawada, Guntur, food is different. The language essence is different. Everything is different. It's such a wonderful country. We got a birth. It is our parents have done a lot of noble things. We may got birth in this particular wonderful country. We have a good Indian knowledge systems. But once upon a time, Nalanda, Takshila, Vikamsala, these are the institutions we have given to the entire world. At that time, 167 countries used to come to those institutions, they are learning. Now those are phased out. Because of the reason is the liberalization, globalization, privatization of brothers and sisters are doing job, earning money, no doubt. Global exposure is required. We are not against of that. But the thing is, the society is neglected the humanities and social sciences. This is one thing elders as well as other eminent personalities. Please concentrate that. Already society weakened in this particular aspect. Ethics, moral values, and the relations between the family business. 4 people are there in a family, 4 will keep managed with cell phone only. There is no physical interaction, nothing. Those are entirely disconnected. See that part, it is our responsibility for elders to bring back that glory again. Out of 35 years, what I said, because of IT technology, our brothers and sisters are enjoying and getting jobs, no doubt about that. But the thing is, there is no alternative also. Even humanities, social science also, just now madam is mentioning, one is neglected, but you also come with the humanities, social science also required technology, also required the latest development, AI or quantum. Otherwise, you are not in the race. Please understand. You are very good for humanities and social sciences, but you should be very good in the technology also. Up to what level? May not be expert related to computer science student or a engineering student, but you should equip those tools also. See, otherwise, you are not in the race. Please understand. See, that is my humble request, because any country will move forward on 3 aspects. One is knowledge economy, the second one is industry economy, third one is agriculture economy. That is what is the Mahatma Gandhi. Once we got independence in 1947, everybody is enjoying 15th August 1904. Only one person who is not enjoying is Mahatma Gandhi. The reason is we got independence, but whether we have a governance, whether we can do that governance, whether we can sustain that independence, that is where he's sitting in one room and worrying about that. That's why my humble request to the elders. Already society is weakened, almost out of 35 years, 25 years are weakened. Now how to bring back, otherwise what is happening is, this country is having 30% youth. They will blame us. You have done these wrong things. Because of you, the society has happened like this. That's why, whether we have to receive that blame or whether it's our responsibility to keep our shoulders to this particular youth in demographic dividend, this country is having a lot of youngsters, and whether we have to keep them in a right track. I am congratulating the entire family because you have taken this field as your future and your future career. But the thing is, a lot of opportunities are there in this particular, especially humanities, social sciences, even tourism, travel management. Nowadays in Andhra Pradesh, our Honorable Chief Minister is giving a lot of priority for tourism and travel management. Every area, every part that they want to develop, they want to attract. I traveled in USA, they have shown in a beach 5 spots, they collected $150. Andhra is having 1,000 kilometers coastline. So many viewpoints may be there. See, that is where we are lagging. The management or a travel management or a tourism. See, that's why the knowledge economy, if you want to build up, what is the problem? The problem is skilling. Recently, please, my youngsters, concentrate, these are the things. Otherwise, because already first payments over, your listening capacity may be already gone somewhere. That's why my simple request is, whenever you are in a class, your mind, body and breathing, your heart should be in your control. Otherwise, you may be looking my blackboard and what I'm teaching you are seeing, but your mind is somewhere else. Or otherwise you want to test it, you can test it. I usually give one example. All of you, your elders or youngsters, please keep all of your hand like this. All of you. Please keep your mind, body, breathing and do the thing. Okay? Place your hand on chin. Is it the chin? I already said, if I am doing a mistake, because this is a problem. 99% you have done like this only, because I am doing. You are not applying your mind. Are you following me or not? You are not applying your mind. That's where we are missing. Recently I visited 2 schools. You may be wondering, they are very good in humanities, they are very good in social sciences, they are very good in maths, they are very good in physics, but application what they don't know. Where they have to apply. The young kids, those are studying in a school. Randomly I visited 2 schools recently. They are extremely good. That means teachers are very good. But what I am saying is, when you are in the class, whatever the things you are learning, your mind has to go like that, where it has to be applied, where it can be useful, where that part of outcome-based education, if you can consider, then doors are open to you. The entire world is in your hand. That is where we are very weak, because skilling is very, very low, especially in the national average. If you can see, the skilling for India, formal skilling is 5.4%, whereas Korea is having 96% of skill. 96%. If you consider startups, innovation, and these all, if you can add on, recently there are 3 lakh startups landed in India. But in that only 200 only finally come up. A lot of failures are there. But failure is also a success. That is one stepping stone for success. You have to learn a lot of lessons from the failure. See, that's why 18% average skilling means what we will do the remaining 80% of the 82% of the students. Where they have to employ. Employability to provide for the government or any organization. That is where you have to see the entrepreneurship or a startup or innovation or incubation. That's why what my humble request to the faculty and eminent personnel sitting on the dais. Whenever we are teaching anything, whenever we are doing a conference or whenever we are getting a degree, are you applying a problem-based learning, practical-based learning, or experience learning? That is very, very important. That is where we are collecting. Now the tools are there to analyze the data. From that data, you can evaluate so many things. That is one thing where it is applicable. If I am getting a PhD degree, I am getting a MSc degree, or I am getting a MA degree, is it benefit to me, or are you helping the society? The higher education institutions are meant for to solve the society problem and improve the quality of a common man. That is our prime duty, mandatory we have to do. Because only government can't do this. There are 1,200 universities are there, 45,000 colleges are in that one is among the Stella. See, that's why my humble request to the elders as well as please see that where whatever you are learning, where it is applicable, where we can do. Nowadays, especially the skilling, what I said, 18% skilling, these people are required. English background. But you need also higher order skills. If you want to train the other people, with the lower order skills, you cannot train the other people. With higher order skills only, that's what Abdul Kalam said, you think big, keep big targets, and achieve as per your strengths and by converting your weaknesses into opportunities. And then now that's what where we have shifted IT. IT now shifted to the IT people are calling until you can reach the sky. Now sky is not the limit. Above the sky, by using this artificial intelligence or quantum whatnot, the technology is changing very fast. Very, very fast. If you don't move with the technology, then you are not in the track. Somebody will have to pay that change. This is where please all of you keep in mind this particular point. The Europe is got first advantage of demographic development. Lot of youth are there in Europe. They have moved forward like anything. That advantage is enjoyed by next the catch that fruit by China. China is almost not touching after USA in most of the aspects. Now it is we are enjoying the fruit. If 2050, we are also out of the race. Now we are in 2025, in our hands, another 15-20 years is there. We have to move like anything with this demographic development. But that to do that, all the elders as well as all people, we have to play a big role to keep this nation building again, bring back to that Nalanda, Vikansala, Takshila, etc. That is also one of the government objective to with the National Education Policy 2020. And another important point is, after liberalization, globalization, privatization, that arts is little bit humanities neglected. That's what I said. If you can compare the arts, humanities, and commerce, etc., as one group, and science is another group, and engineering is another group. If you compare, what is the difference? The difference is arts is confined to the country only. Your history you cannot apply to the USA. Your liberalization, privatization, and LPG policy you cannot apply for USA. If you apply it there, you may not get the fruits. So that's why your role is you confine to the country, but if you want, you can compare with the other countries. Our history and heritage culture, you can compare with the other countries, and you can make a lot of presentations and comments. But whereas science, limitation again is, they will do a lot of experiments and evaluate the new theory that should be acceptable for entire universe. Suppose that Newton's laws is applicable even only in India, if it is not applicable in other countries, nobody will accept your theory. It should be universally applicable. Whereas engineering is application of science. We have engineering or technology, we have to apply that and give the comfort to the common man. See, if you want, that is one is the knowledge economy. Now, what about industry economy and agriculture economy? You know, India is a lot of agriculture part is there, but now because of people are migrating from one place to the other place, that area also missing. And then industrial economy. What is industry? Village is a industry. Village is a place, a product development, production development. Now, how many of you are going villages, understanding the village? How many of you, whatever we are studying, we are applying for the benefit of the village? That we are not doing much. That is one area we have to see. Village is a place where you take as an industry, we can do wonders. This is the model I implemented when I am the Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University. I have taken 2 from English, 2 from Telugu, 2 from Commerce, 2 from Law, and 2 from science like physical sciences, chemical sciences, too, mathematical sciences, too. Engineering different discipline. Like that, I am forming like a cricket batch team. Then other side, the state government officials, central government officials, Rotary Club and Lions Club, and related to health department. I am taking another 10 people. These 20 or 25 people are going to the villages along with the faculty. What is the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, challenges of the village? Every Saturday, it is a mandatory for teaching, non-teaching, and students. They have to go to the village. What is required for the village? They have to study, come with SWOT analysis, and then develop a strategic plan. What to be done for that village? In a semester, on an average, you will get around 10 classes, 10 days, 10 Saturdays. With the 10 Saturday, you can develop an article, publish article, you can get money also. Learn while learning, you can earn also. See, these are the models are very, very important. They are respected teachers as well as students. Now the 100% contact hour, that is where we are doing a mistake. Please understand, my teachers. Everything by keeping in the classroom, if you want to transform, those days are gone. Please understand. As per Supreme Court judgment, 75% attendance is mandatory. But even the working a practical based learning, problem based learning also consider that as an attendance. He is not an absent on that day. But outside the classroom, please engage 30%. Then only the student can learn the skilling, then only the student can understand the society. The 20% related to innovation, incubation, related to your course only. I am not saying that beyond your course, whatever you are teaching. Other, if you don't change that particular model because you are an autonomous, in most of the colleges are encouraging as an autonomous colleges, please try to go for these are the innovations. Nothing, out of 100% students, 50% can do these type of models, the country will move again. That is where we are very, very weak. If unless we don't transform, we are confined to the classroom teaching learning process. We don't consider the research, development, innovation, invention, startups, incubation, copyrights, or patent, then there is no role for us. India will move further. If you see, especially in Andhra Pradesh, the literacy is. Anybody have idea how much is the literacy in Andhra Pradesh? What is the national average? It is more than 80%. Whereas Kerala is touching 100%. Our workers are in there. But we are at 73%. People are saying lower, but it is not lower, lowest. When the elementary school people are entering, around 28 crores people are entering. 1st standard to 10th standard. When it's coming intermediate degree, drastically reducing 28 crores reduced to 4.5 crores. These are the India statistics. Where they are going? 28 crore people entering in the elementary education out of around 150 crore population. When it is coming for higher education institution, only 4.5 crore people are coming. Where they are going? Please understand. See, that is one area where we have to again concentrate. We have to encourage that particular people why they are not coming for higher education institution. Otherwise, literacy cannot be improved. And another area, especially Stella College, you are a woman gender, the ladies and that gender college. The government is encouraging like number of schemes, but no takers. Please understand this. The Niti Aayog or Government of India or a state government, you can see most of the schemes given by the government from whom they are giving. Whom they are giving? Account of women only. The woman, and the family law, woman uplift, I say entire family uplift. They are giving. See, that's what I'm saying is, there are self-help groups already doing entrepreneurship activities in villages, SHGs, and those who are educated because of family problems or family not encouraged to do the job. Lot of housewives are there. They can teach in the elementary school in their village only. If you can encourage such things, definitely the literacy will improve. If you can use that power also. Otherwise, this country may not be the developed country. Like Exit Bharat 20%, whatever our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi sir is saying, or our Honorable Chief Minister Sunanda, the both slogan 20% may not possible. If we don't keep our hand also in that particular aspect. So once again, I'm congratulating the entire family. My last submission is this particular conference, one keynote lecture of Varghese to 3-4 guest lectures, and let us say 30-40 presentation. That is not the end of the day. Please understand. What is the outcome of this conference? How it is benefit to the society? Please prepare a draft. That draft mail to the Ministry of Education. They may be considered 1 or 2 points from your outcomes. From your outcomes, don't think that government don't see all this. It is your responsibility. ICSSR, as anyway, you have to submit because they have given the finances. But draft resolutions of this conference, what are the outcomes? For every activity, whatever we are doing, what are the outcomes? That's qualitative as well as quantitative outcomes. You have to measure. The draft, you know very well, it is neglected area, humanities and social science. Society is weakened. From these deliberations, how to strengthen that? How to bring back that glory of Indian knowledge systems again, to bring back into the right track. Let us make some one-page white paper, or 2-page white paper, or 3-page white paper. Please mail to our Dharmendra Pradhan office. That itself is a sufficient. They will take 1 or 2 points from your deliberations. That is my humble request to the organizers. Once again, thank you very much for wonderful opportunity given on this occasion. See, you are the future. Once again, I'm thanking your parents, especially for encouraging to join in this particular field. This is a field as a very wonderful field, but the thing is, you have to reach higher order skills. If you are in the lower order skill or a medium, nobody will see your face. You should be top in this particular area. Jobs are coming like on your footsteps. That is my last submission to this entire family. Once again, my humble request is, society is already weakened because of neglecting the social sciences, humanities. Now again, bring back that particular glory for this wonderful country. That is my humble submission to the entire stakeholders of humanities, social sciences, and commerce. Once again, thank you very much for giving this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and inspiring inaugural address. Your words have not only illuminated the academic vision of this conference, but have also motivated us to engage with the forthcoming deliberations with renewed intellectual vigor and commitment. The keynote address stands as the intellectual cornerstone of any academic conference, offering critical directions and depth to the scholarly deliberations that follow. It is now my proud privilege to invite Dr. Nitin Varghese, Head Department of English, St. Berchmans College, Changanacheri, Kerala, on accomplishment scholar and distinguished academician to deliver a keynote address. May I request Dr. V. Madhav Gupta, Department of History, to kindly introduce the keynote speaker to this gathering.
Very warm good morning to all the dignitaries and students. I am Dr. Madhav from the Department of History and Literature. It's It's my immense pleasure to introduce today's keynote speaker, Dr. Nitin Varghese. Dr. Nitin Varghese is presently serving as the head of the Department of English at St. Berkman's College, Changancherry, the state of Kerala. His scholarly knowledge includes the streams of early English literature, literary theory, and philosophy. He holds an MA and MPhil in English from the Gandhigram Rural University and a PhD in English from IIT Mandi, bringing together rigorous training in both literary studies and research. His academic achievements include UGC NET qualification, postgraduate diploma in philosophy from Dharmaram Vidyakshetram, Bangalore, and advanced courses from the University of Oxford in Ancestral Voices, the earliest English literature and literary theory, both supported by Oxford funding. He has also completed certified courses in phonetics and phonology from the University of Mumbai, along with a diploma in TTM from St. Berkman's College, reflecting a broad-based intellectual and cultural engagement. Dr. Varghese's research and international exposure are strengthened by prestigious fellowships. He has twice been awarded the UGC Inter-University Center Associateship at the Indian Institute of Advanced Study, Shimla, enabling advanced interdisciplinary research in the humanities. His global academic collaborations include participation in Sakura Science Exchange Program of the Japan Science and Technology Agency, Japan, and associations with the Future Alliance Project in 2024 at the University of Wales, Trinity, St. David, Lampichere, UK. Dr. Varghese combines these rich academic and international experiences to foster a dynamic learning environment and a global outlook among his students. Hearty welcome, sir. Have a great day, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Over to you, sir.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, respected Registrar, Sister Leena Correspondent, Principal, Dr. Beulah, other teachers, and my dear students. Good morning, everyone. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this seminar. And thank you so much for your warm welcome. And thank you so much, Madhav sir, for your kind introduction. So actually, I have prepared a PowerPoint for my talk. I understand that many students, they find it easier to follow a lecture when there are slides. So keeping that in my mind, I have structured my talk around the presentation. So my slides actually highlights the main points and core arguments, and I'll explain them step by step as we go along. Well, so rethinking roots and roots today. Please note those two words, ROOTS, roots, and ROUTES, roots today. So I am focusing on the aspect of diasporic identity in my talk, diasporic identity. So I think it is better to begin with a personal anecdote, a memory of mine. I did my PhD at IIT Mandi, Himachal Pradesh, and I lived there for many years. And that institute, it became my home, and I felt very comfortable there. But when I finished my degree, I had to leave, right? So I packed my car and I started driving to the airport. So as I drove away, the road went up a hill. When I reached the top of that hill, I stopped the car for a moment. I looked back. I could see my campus one last time. And at that moment, I realized something. My car was moving forward and I was going back to my life. So my eyes were looking back. I was looking at my old life. So even though a new life awaiting me, but my eyes are going back. So I was traveling on a route, ROUTE, okay, but I wanted to stay with my route, ROOT, route. Actually, this feeling is very common. So moving forward, but looking backward. And this is where I want to begin today. Roots and roots, rethinking roots and root today. I'm sure many of you are looking at the photograph on that slide, a woman in black dress, right? Can you identify that person? I chose that picture on purpose. I have strong reasons for that. Can you identify that person? Anyone? No, first, she is living right now. She is our contemporary. And second thing is that she is an academic like us. And third, she is from India. She is from South India. She is from Tamil Nadu. And her name is Vijayawada. Maybe some of you have known her, some of you have at least read about her, and some of you have at least seen this picture. But who is she? So let me tell you a little about this woman, Divya. She was born in Tamil Nadu, Nagarkoil. She went to the United States for her studies, for her education. She finished her PhD in English at the University of Buffalo. And today she is an associate professor in Michigan State University. And she is one of the most important writers in diasporic literature today. And what makes her special? It is how she writes. Please note that how she writes. And I chose this writer for two reasons. So my first reason is that Divya does not make us feel comfortable. So many writers, many diasporic writers, they talk about past. They write about missing their home. They make memory of home feel romantic and beautiful. But Divya does not do that. She shows us the reality of migration, reality of living in another land. So she shows that migration is lived in the body. It happens every day. It happens through language. It happens through work. And for her, migration is political and physical. It is not just a memory, it is political. And my second reason is that she makes us face the violence that our people facing abroad. So she writes about the pressures on the immigrant body. She writes about the control and pain. And when you are a migrant, people will watch you. They check you, they question you. And sometimes your skin color matters. Your accent matters, your name matters. Surveillance. So she does not hide this aspect. So she asks us to sit with that discomfort. That's why I said in the beginning, she is not an ordinary writer. She wants us to think, she wants us to question. That is why her work feels so urgent and so powerful today. So in 2021, she published a very important book, and that book is titled as The Curve, C-U-R-V, Curve. This is a poetry collection, and this is considered as the magnum opus of Vijayawada. And she looks deep into the life that migrants face in the United States. So she digs into the layers of the community life in the United States. So in order to understand Vijayawada and her background and the life of immigrants in the United States, we need to understand three important words. The first word is the roots, R-O-O-T-S. So that is where you come from, your home, your history. And second is R-O-U-T-E-S, roots. It represents your travel, your journey to a new place. And Divya adds a third word into that category, and that word is the curve, C-U-R-V. And you all know what a curve is. It is a concrete edge on the road. But for Divya, it is a line. It is a line. So on one side is the street, and on the other side is the house. So she says that this line is dangerous for brown people. So it means stopping. So the curve is where police stop you. It is where people ask you, where are you come from? Where are you coming? Why are you here? Or else curve is a place of friction. It's a place of friction. Can you move to the next slide? Yes. So many of my students, they tell me that they wish to go abroad. And they specifically want to go to the United States. And their plan is very simple. Get a good job and settle in the United States. But why? Perhaps my students or student population like you, they are enchanted by a myth, the myth of the suburb. So what is that suburb? Let us look at that word, suburb. So suburb, that word comes from Latin, and the sub means near or below, and ubs means city. So suburb literally means a place near the city. But in the American imagination, suburb is much more than that. It has been turned into a myth, the myth of the American dream. I hope there are some of the students of English literature, they might be knowing what American dream is. Success, right? Hard work and success. But in American imagination, this suburb is seen as a sanctuary. So city center is seen as chaotic, city center is loud, city center is stressful. But the suburb is seen as a retreat. It is a zone of safety. It is predictable and it is a place you can own. So this is the structure, the shape of the American dream. The perfectly cut grass, you can see there, the perfectly cut grass, the clear line between your private home and the public street. And this is a promise that attracts many people. They see this suburb as a safe haven, a safe place. Okay, next slide. Okay, then what is the reality that we can see in the curve, or what realities Divya show us? Actually, Divya tears the image of the suburb apart. She looks closely at this safe suburb and she shows that for an Asian or a person from India, this suburb is not a safe place at all. It is a place of terror. It is a place where we are constantly watched. It is a place of uncertainty. So she asked us to look at the curve again and again. So we usually think this curve is something very boring. It is just a drain for water. It is just a line between street and the grass. But Divya says that no. She says that curve is a geopolitical fault line. So another term, geopolitical fault line. So I know that the students, they know what a fault line is. Fault line is a crack in the earth where earthquake happens. So the curve is like that. It is dangerous. So this is the exact spot where a crash happens. So on one side you have the roots of the white people who feel they own that land, and on the other side you have the roots, RUTES, of the immigrants who have just arrived. So they collide right there. They collide in that curve, and that creates a friction. So if you have a brown body, this is where you are judged. This is where you are disciplined, and too often this is where people are erased. Okay. Next slide. Okay. So roots and roots. So now I would like to draw your attention to these two specific words. So the idea roots and roots come from James Clifford. He is not from English. He is a professor, an important thinker, a scholar who mixes history and anthropology. And in 1997, he published his very famous book titled Roots, ROUTES. And in that book, Clifford challenges an old way of thinking, and we call that old way of thinking as something sedentarist bias. So sedentarist means sitting still. It is the idea that culture must stay in one place in order to be real. So it assumes that if you move, you will lose your culture. And Clifford says that this is wrong. And in order to understand this thing, he gives these two terms, roots and roots. ROOTS, roots about dwelling. It is about staying still. And that answers the question, where are you from? And the second word is roots with ROUTES. It is about traveling. It is about migration. It is about movement. And that answers the question, where are you at right now? So see the difference. Where are you from and where are you at right now? And Clifford says that for people in the diaspora, they live in a state of tension between these roots and roots. And he calls this dwelling in travel. This means that they are separated from their home, but they are also entangled in a new place. They are moving, but they carry their home with them, and this is known as the diasporic condition. And then comes the intervention of Victor. Next slide. So Divya challenges this idea, root and roots, and she says that there is a third option, and she introduces the term the curve. So let us look at the difference between these terms clearly. Roots means staying still, and roots means moving, and curve means an arrested movement. It is a forced stop. It is a friction in your journey, and it is a place where you get stuck. So in order to explain this, Divya uses another important term. Actually, she borrows this term, contact zone. So contact zone is again a key term that we use, English people use in order to study migrant literature, diasporic literature, but this is not an English term. Actually, this term is coined by another professor called Mary Louise Pratt. So she, in 1991, she gave a keynote address at Modern Language Association, and her lecture is titled as Arts of the Contact Zone. And in that lecture, she coined the term contact zone. And according to Pratt, this contact zone is a social space where different cultures meet. A contact zone where different cultures meet. But please note that these different cultures, they do not meet as friends. They clash, they struggle, and most importantly, they do not meet as equals. On one side, there is power. So, for example, take the case of colonialism and slavery, the master and the slave. So, power is concentrated on one side, and Divya applies this to the suburb. And she says that Cobb is a contact zone. This is where the immigrants meet the state, and this is where immigrants meets the white gaze. And it is where your journey is checked by someone with power. So I would like to draw your attention to a real example in order to understand the contact zone as well as white gaze. And this is a story of an Indian. His name is Suresh Bhai Patel. Some of you might have read this thing in the newspapers. So Mr. Patel, he was 57 years old. He was visiting his son in Alabama from India. So one day, he was standing in front of his home, and a neighbor saw him, a white man, and the neighbor immediately called the police and reported suspicious behavior. And why was he suspicious? An Indian, a 57-year-old father and the grandfather, why he was so suspicious? Because he was a brown man in a place people did not expect him. And this is known as racial profiling. Racial profiling. So his proximity to blackness, his proximity to otherness made him a threat in the neighbor's eye. So the police arrived, and Mr. Patel, he did not speak English, he was confused, and within just 90 seconds of arriving, the police slammed him to the ground. And the result was terrible. He suffered several injuries, and he is now partially paralyzed. And this is what Divya means by being hurt. Mr. Patel was a walker, but when he hit the ground, he was stopped. His body was broken. His status changed instantly. He was no longer a walker. He was treated like a criminal. And the curve is where the world touches the body. And as we see here, that touch is violent. Look at next slide. Yes, two more important terms, white space and wedging body. So to understand Divya's context, we must look at these two terms, two powerful terms, white space and wedging body. And this idea comes from a sociologist, and his name is Elijah Anderson. And he is a sociologist at the Yale University, and he is the one who talks about white space. And what is a white space? It is where most of the people are white. Most of the people are white. For example, think of wealthy suburbs, or think of fancy restaurants, or think of corporate offices. Anderson says that when black people or when brown people enter these spaces, they often feel they do not belong there. Their presence is temporary. They are often watched and they are often questioned. And Divya, in her text, she shows us that what happens in these white spaces. She shows that navigating a white space is dangerous. So in these spaces, in these white spaces, the immigrant body becomes a wedging body. Think about the word wedge, W-E-D-G-E. So we use wedge to force something open, like a doorstop. You have to drive it in. It does not fit easily. It creates friction. And Divya says that immigrants do not blend in. They cannot just disappear into the background. They have to wedge themselves in. They have to insist that they matter. And that needs force, and it creates discomfort. And this creates a strange feeling. And Divya describes it very perfectly in her text. She writes about walking on a laminated floor in an American apartment. And it looks like a wood, but it is fake. So in her mind, her feet are still standing on the red soil of India. So physically, she is on the plastic floor in an American apartment, but mentally, she is on the red dirt. And this is the life of the vexing body. You are here forcing your way in, but your roots are somewhere else. Okay, next slide. Yes. So this is the style of Divya, documentary poetics. So this is how she writes her poems, her writings, documentary poetics. So what does this term mean, documentary poetics? It means poetry mixes with real evidence. So she does not just write about feelings, she uses facts. She uses real things from the real world. For example, she uses government documents, she uses visa forms, she uses death certificates, she uses news reports, and she puts these cold hard facts right next to emotional poetry. And something very, very interesting in her text is that at the top of many poems, we can see certain numbers, and they are GPS coordinates. And those GPS coordinates gives the hint that where that issue happened, that accident happened. So why? Why to give GPS coordinates in her book? She wants to show exactly where the violence happened. She is mapping the person. She wants her readers to show the exact location where an immigrant stood. And Divya calls this approach as radical witnessing. So think about a journalist. So journalists, they try to be objective. They try to stay distant. They try to stay neutral. But Divya refuses to distance. She focuses on the body. She focuses on the physical pain. And she wants us to see how violence actually feels to the person who are experiencing it. Okay, next one. Okay, so the counter archive, actually, here I am going to compare two different ways of telling history. So one is the state's way of telling history, and the second one is Divya's way of telling history. So first, let us look at how state here in the sense, United States of America, how US tells the story of an immigrant. So actually the government, it uses bureaucracy in order to tell the story of a migrant. It uses forms, visas, and identity cards. And for them, an immigrant is a paper person. Please note that word, a paper person. So they flatten you out. They reduce your whole life into a file number, just a number. And if you're just a paper, it is easy for them to throw you out. But Divya creates something different. She creates a counter archive. She writes against the record of the government, and she uses a very beautiful example for this. It is known as poetics of the kith. Kith and kin. So kith, it means community of strangers. So she puts heart into the story. She shows that how the immigrants are not a flat paper. An immigrant is not a paper person. An immigrant is a living human being. They speak many languages. So she changes the way we look at the world. So when we talk about immigrants, we look back. We look back at the homeland we left behind. We look back at the past. But Divya says that do not look at back. Look down. Look at the pavement. Look at the curve under your feet. This is where the struggle is. This is where we have to survive right now. Next. So this is a very powerful text from the side of Divya. Settlement. So that title is a polysemy, one word with many meanings. So she gives three different meanings to settlement. So actually, she chooses this title very, very carefully. So the first meaning of the word settlement is domesticity. Domesticity, we all know this word, domesticity. It means settling down. It is a dream of every immigrant. Get a job, get married, buy a house, settle down, sounds peaceful and happy. The second meaning is legal. Legal. So think about a lawsuit. So when something bad happens, like a hate crime or an accident, lawyers get involved. And when the case ends, there is often a payout, and we call this a settlement. It is the money you get as a compromise for pay. And the third meaning is historical, and this is the most uncomfortable meaning of the word settlement. So it refers to settlers. And we have to remember one thing here is that United States is a settler land. The land was taken from Native Americans. So when immigrants come to America to settle, they become part of this history. Even if we do not want to be there, or even if we do not want to take or live in a stolen land, I mean, the people in the America, they are living in a stolen land because that land is taken from the native people. So that's the historical meaning of the word settlement. So she chooses this word deliberately. So in just one word, Divya captures the essence of the problem. So we want to settle down, that's the first meaning. And second thing, we often face violence and we need legal help, that's the second meaning. And we are always living on a land that is not really ours, that's the third meaning. So she connects our personal dreams to a difficult history. Then, next one. Yes. So if you closely observe this text, you can see that she uses some powerful images in this text. A very strong image. So she writes about wishbone. Conscience as quiet as the snap of a wishbone sucked white. So wishbone is a symbol of good luck. And we break that wishbone in order to make So it represents our hope for the future. So, but in settlement, this is not lucky. Wishbone is not lucky. So she says that wishbone is a sternum rent in two. It is a bone breaking in half. So that break represents immigrant's mind. The immigrant is split in two. One side of the bone represents the dream that we want safety, we want to belong, and the other side represents cost. We know safety comes from or comes with violence. So we know that we have to stay silent about injustice in order to be safe. And the final image, sucked white. This is the most powerful and a scary phrase. So when you eat a chicken wing, you suck the bone clean, right? So you remove all the meat, you remove all the flavor until it is just a white bone. And the Divya says assimilation is like this. In order to be an American, you are often sucked white. You are drained of your color. You are drained of your history. And you have to be picked clean to survive in that land or that new land that gives you a lot of promise. Then, next slide. So hedges and clones, another two important texts. And the hedges is about something very personal. It is about the birth of a lady. And the scene is set in Singapore, and she connects two very different things, biology and politics. So what is that biology? The water breaking and the baby is coming out, the biological aspect, the birth of a baby. And why politics? Because politics here stands for the borders between countries. And she says that our skin is the first border. It is a hedge that separates us from the world. But as soon as the baby is born, the government steps in. She writes a very powerful line. At the consulate, the line for birth certificates is the line for birth certificate. So think about that. The line for new life and the line for death are the same line. Even in the hospital, the laws surround us. The laws surround the family like a hedge. And in plot, she compares two different places and she calls them as long temperate and long arid. So long temperate is Michigan, and that is the neighborhood of Beulah. So there is a party, there is food, and the neighbors are coming. So the neighbors are Billy, Susan, and Phil. It seems very happy. They are very friendly, but there is a problem. The neighbors, they cannot say the speaker's name correctly. So they guess her name wrong. So they call her as Olivia, Vivian, Diva, Tibia. So they butcher her name. And what does the speaker do? She apologizes. She has to make them feel comfortable for getting her name wrong. And that is the cost of living in white space. You have physical comfort, but you lose your dignity. And the arid lawn is twitchy, where there is no green grass. It is red dust. It is dirty, but here name matters. And she writes that the names are spelled in flames. People perform rituals. They burn camphor. It is a sacred place. And this comparison, it shows us that the problem of migration perfectly. So in the US, you have a nice green lawn, but your name is a dog. But in India, you have dust, but your name is sacred. So migration gives you comfort, but it takes away your dignity. Okay, next text is Blood and Soil, and this is a very powerful and a painful text. And the title comes from a Nazi slogan, Blood and Soil. And the slogan meant that only people with pure blood belong to the land. And Divya takes this scary idea from history and she brings it to the modern American suburb in Alabama. And this is again based on a real event. It happened in Madison. I have already described that event. It is about Suresh Bhai Patel. And in this text, you can see how language play a crucial role. So Mr. Patel, he did not speak English. He said three simple words to the police: no English, Indian, walking. These are the three words he uttered. And if you go to YouTube or if you go to Google, you will get this incident. It is covered by New Indian Express and all other important national dailies. So look at those three words: Indian, no English, walking. So Indian, it refers that he is from India. That is the root. And he said that walking is, it refers to what he was doing at that time. And no English, and not proficient with English. But what happened? Even those three words, they failed to protect him. They failed to protect him. The police saw this man as a threat, not a person. Next slide, next slide. So that's the context. Yes. And please note this word, ecopolitics. And this is one detail you can find in this text. It is about a plant. And if you go through that video, you can see that there is a very small plant. It is a weed. So on the curve, right where Mr. Patel was thrown, there was a weed. It was a camber weed. And she uses a technique called forensic ecopolitics. It sounds very complicated, but it is very simple. The representation of nature is there, but at the same time, it's a kind of evidence. So forensic ecopolitics. So she says that the land itself is a witness. The weed saw what happened. And Divya compares the immigrant to a weed. The weed is bristly, it is tough, and people try to remove it, but it stays. So our immigrant community is like a weed. The state tries to uproot them, but they stay. So here, the curve becomes a weapon. And Divya calls it the verge between the walk and wheel. So this is a precise line, a verge between walk and wheel. So on one side, you have the right to walk. On the other side, you have the white owner claiming the land. So at this line, the right to walk was taken away violently. And this text ends with a very beautiful action. Divya says that she will make a garland out of the camber weed. So in our culture, a garland is a mark of respect, a ritual. So she takes the weed from the crime scene and she turns that into something sacred. So she reclaims the place of violence. She turns it into a place of memory. And Divya says that even there, on that bloody curb, we will remember, we will honor our people. Madam, how much time I get? Okay, then I'll move to another 10 minutes. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, petition. So another important text, and this is about violence on paper, and this is about US government form. It is about the USCIS form I-130. And this is a form that you fill to bring out your family to the United States. And please note that this piece of paper is a gatekeeper. It decides who is allowed to come. It decides who gets to have roots in the US. And Divya shows a very big difference here. And in the form, her mother is a name. She calls that a thin, improbable syllable. And her mother's photograph is stapled in that paper. So Divya's mother becomes a paper person. So, but in her real life, her mother is very active, very alive. She handles in the fish market. Her salad plates move when she breathes. But the government, US government, wants a flat, simple version. So Divya highlights the fact that her mother is very, very complex and a very real one. And she uses a very clever word in the text. It is called a form field. Please note the word form field. So field is for farming. It is where you grow crops. But here, the field is boxes on a paper. So she says that she describes that filling out the form like farming. So she talks about harvesting check boxes. She talks about wading into the form with inky palms. So she does this in order to show how unnatural it feels. So family is very organic, it is like a plant, but law is artificial. The form is too small to hold the love of a family, so everything is in paper. So we all become a paper person in front of the government. Sir, can you go to the last slide? Last slide, last slide. Next one, next one. Next one, next one. No, last one. Final.
Final one. Sir. Don't go back. Last one.
So there is a slide on repaving the route.
Presentation is last.
Yes. So repaving the route. So, please look at those two words, roots and routes. So usually we think of roots with nostalgia. We miss our home. And the other route, R-O-U-T-E-S, this is romance. So we love to open road. So, but Divya says that we must move beyond that nostalgia. We must move beyond the romance. We must face the reality, the brutal reality of the curve. So for a brown person, for an Asian, for an Indian in America, every attempt to settle is squandered. And we always feel the threat of being unsettled by violence. So think about the idea of repaving. So when a road is broken, we repave it, we fix it. And Divya actually tries to repave that curve. She takes a site of violence. Maybe it is the street of Alabama, or maybe it's another place, and she covers that place with memory. And she puts the names of the victims back on the map. And she says that the life happened here. So the government might want an emptying of history. They might want us to forget. But Divya says that we should offer a fullness of witness. It refuses to forget. It looks at concrete reality under our feet, and it confronts the violence. So, living in another land, as not as we, as we see in dreams. So we have to face the realities. So the positive sides are there, but at the same time, the realities are more harsh than those dreams and hopes. Thank you. No English? No English. Actually, no English. Yeah, no English India working. Actually, those are the three words that Suresh Bhai Patel uttered when he was, when police stopped him. He is from, he went to United States in order to visit his son. So he is a poor man, a grandfather. He did not speak English. So the neighbors saw him as a threat. So the presence of a black man, a brown man, in a place where Americans are supposed to be. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, alphabetical order. No, it is nothing like that, sir. So actually, Yeah, no. She has Britain in literature background. So she, her style of writing. So she did her bachelor's in creative writing and master's and PhD in English. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So nowadays people are more into those things. So GPS. So it's very easy for the people, the students. So it's easy for them to just type those coordinates and find the place. So for us, it is very, very difficult. So we need to know the name of that particular place or where this place is. But these people, they can easily uh, find the place where an accident occurred. So this is a kind of a mix of science, technology, and literature. So literature become more and more interdisciplinary. So literature borrowed a lot of ideas from psychology, from Freud and others. Literature borrowed a lot of ideas from political theory, from Foucault and others. Literature borrowed a lot of ideas from cultural studies, from sociology. So literature becomes more and more interdisciplinary. Yeah. So earlier there was a time we just focus on Shakespeare, we just focus on Wordsworth, we just focus on the English writers. But today the case is entirely different. Yes. So the first thing is that even from the early 1900, Kerala people, particularly the reformers, Renaissance reformers, they insisted that education should be given free to all, irrespective of caste, color, and gender. So from 1900 onwards, people in Kerala, irrespective of caste, color, and gender, they received education. So that's why today we enjoy the status of 100% literacy. Otherwise, we will not. Yes. Okay. Hmm. Yes. Hmm.
In the morning, who gave a master plan, a memorandum of understanding also, has how we have to keep our minds within our minds, not let it loose, I think it will be a great step forward.
Sir, when I read more about Divya and when I referred some other text of Divya, I found that she has a very, very particular style. Actually, she is the one who mixes a lot of science with literature. The science in the sense, forensic science, particularly forensic science. That's why she is more interested into the part. Violent part. So why, where the accident happens. So that's why I said it is something like a kind of forensic documentary poetics. So poetics is there, like other writers. Criticism is there, but she is making use of all kinds of government forms, visas, application, birth certificates, death certificates, and many other things. So she is putting cold facts. She is making use of cold facts and converting it into an emotional poetry. So emotion is there, creativity is there, and facts are there. So that is a particular style that I found in Vijay. Yes. Yes. So for thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So for the students, try try to read her, and I think some of her books are freely available in the net. You can go through it. Maybe some of you can do some papers, maybe some of you can do some dissertations on Divya. She is an Indian. So if we do not recommend our people, support our people, who else will support us? Right? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and deeply thought-provoking keynote address. Your scholarly reflections have not only illuminated the central concerns of the seminar, but have also provided a rich intellectual framework that will meaningfully guide the discussions and deliberations in the sessions follow. We are truly grateful for the depth of perspective and academic rigor you have shared with us. And now it's time for felicitation of our dignitaries. We shall proceed with the felicitation of the chief guest. We may. Yes, sir. We shall now proceed with the felicitation of our keynote speaker, Dr. Nitin Varghese, Head Department of English, St. Workmen's College, Changancheri, in recognition of his scholarly contributions and his thought-provoking keynote address. May I request Sister Iniyasamma, our principal, and Dr. Sister Leena Quadras, our correspondent, to come on to the dais. Dr. Nitin Varghese.
Registration ananda.
May I request the convener and the secretary of the conference to join me. Felicitation. Formally acknowledge and honor the distinguished academic leadership of our chief guest. May we shall felicitate Professor Ramji Guna, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Krishna University, in recognition of his outstanding contribution to higher education and the public administration, followed by the felicitation of Dr. Usha ma'am, our Registrar.
The Sar has taken a topic of root and root. Both pronunciation I think same. Only ROT, ROE. In his presentation, if you see the literature, our references, he has taken from 17 to 2017 to 2026. He has taken roots, latest roots. But by keeping in mind with that is how the innovation, etc. Otherwise, nobody will accept your contribution. Thank you, sir. Wonderful.
May I request the principal and correspondent to felicitate Dr. Asha.
request all the dignitaries to be seated. We thank you, the dignitaries, for graciously accepting this felicitation. It stands as a small token of our sincere appreciation for the depth of insight and academic inspirations you have shared with us. May I request Mrs. Y. Supriya, Head Department of English, to propose vote of thanks.
Respected Chief Guest, Professor K. Ramji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Krishna University, respected Guest of Honor, Professor N. Usha, Registrar, Krishna University, distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Nitin Verghese, Head Department of English, St. Berkman's College, Changancherry, Kerala, distinguished resource persons, esteemed delegates, faculty members, research scholars, dear students, and especially our Sandhya ma'am, who is one of the stalwarts of the department and former head of the department, and friends, good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural session of this ICSSR funded national conference. Before expressing our gratitude to all those who have contributed to the happening of this event, we humbly thank the Almighty for His blessings and for making this meaningful academic gathering possible today. First and foremost, we express our sincere and heartfelt gratitude to the Indian Council of Social Science Research for their generous financial assistance and academic encouragement. ICSSR's consistent support in promoting research, scholarly exchange, and intellectual engagement has enabled institutions like ours to host conferences of national relevance. We are truly grateful for the trust and opportunity extended to us through this prestigious sponsorship. We are deeply honored by the gracious presence of our Chief Guest, Professor K. Ramji, whose inspiring inaugural address has set a strong intellectual foundation for this conference. Sir, your insightful words have not only illuminated the theme of the conference, but have also motivated all of us to engage in deeper reflection and meaningful academic deliberations. We are extremely thankful for your valuable time and guidance, sir. We extend our respectful thanks to our guest of honor, Professor N. Usha, for kindly accepting our invitation and gracing this inaugural session with her esteemed presence. Ma'am, your encouragement and support are truly valuable to us, and we are grateful for your words of motivation and goodwill. We express our profound gratitude to our keynote speaker, Dr. Nitin Verghese, for delivering a highly enlightening and thought-provoking keynote address. Sir, your scholarly insights, critical perspectives, and intellectual depth have enriched this inaugural session and provided an excellent direction for the discussions that will follow in the conference. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to the correspondent, Dr. Leena Quadras, and the principal, Dr. Iniyasamma, for their constant encouragement, administrative support, and visionary leadership in promoting academic excellence and strengthening research culture. Their continuous support has been a great source of inspiration and confidence to the organization. We also extend our sincere thanks to all the members of the advisory committee, organizing committee, and faculty coordinators for their committed efforts, meticulous planning, and teamwork. The success of this inaugural session is a reflection of your dedication and collective spirit. A special word of thanks to all the resource persons, delegates, researchers, presenters, and participators for your enthusiastic response and active participation. Your presence and scholarly contributions truly reflect the national significance and academic value of this conference. We gratefully acknowledge the support extended by the technical team, administrative staff, non-teaching staff, volunteers, and students whose behind-the-scenes efforts have been instrumental in ensuring the smooth conduct of today's program. Your hard work and cooperation deserve our sincere appreciation. We also extend our thanks to the media for covering this event and helping us share the academic spirit and significance of the conference with the wider community. Finally, I thank each and every person present here today for being a part of this academic gathering and for contributing to its success in one way or the other. With these words, I once again express my heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries and participants, and I wish the conference meaningful deliberations, productive academic interactions, and grand success. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, everyone. Let's have a break for 15 minutes and join the session. Thank you.
ఇక్కడ పోడియం ఒకటి తెచ్చాము, అది ఎత్తుకెళ్తే పోద్దేమో కొత్తదే. ప్రకాశాన్ని అడిగి దాన్ని అక్కడికి ఎత్తుకే పోద్ది. ఇదే కదా.
Actually, that many times important for my scholar Shalini. Yeah, in Bangalore. This year I come and join. It's been some months. LMR Stella. Yes. I see the density extra. That's why I've been seeing your freelance, the compiling and everything. Then I'm seeing you. And some are there to give back the reply. That's why I didn't give you. That's fine. Thank you so much. Actually, I lost my this thing yesterday and day before. Thank you so much. I'm scholar at Krishna University. I'm Shanti. I just submitted for pre-talk. So I want to my Usha resolution register. My literature unit. I did on my thesis. So I can regional translations and on environment. I can ask people.
SRC బయట నుండి ఇస్తారా?
వస్తారు ఇక్కడ.
ఇక్కడికే వస్తారా?
Claro, ¿dónde crees?
ఇది అమ్మాయి చెప్తుంది కదా తనకి చెప్తే ఎలా చేయండి ఖాళీగా సెప్టెంబర్ వరకు రాసింది అక్టోబర్ నుంచి రాయలేదు అది అప్పుడే
ఒకసారి పెడుతున్నాను చెప్పి
Good afternoon to one and all. The first technical session is about to start. I invite Dr. N. Usha, Registrar, Department of English, Krishna University, to lead the session with the theme Hybrid Identities, Diaspora Literature. Ma'am, may I have the honor to invite you onto the stage?
Looking for one particular woman. You see, look for her. She's very important.
Hello.
Can you make the slide more visible? Respected organizers and dear students, today I stand before you to speak about hybridity and Indian diaspora, the literature of Indian diaspora, and this is my research topic, and I've continued my love for literature of Indian diaspora even after completing my PhD. So I should say this is my specialization. Today I'm here to speak about the overview of Indian diaspora. As I've spoken earlier in the inaugural address, Indian diaspora is 34.3 million strong, spread across numerous countries across the globe, and it is very significantly influencing our Indian economic status, not just within India but even worldwide. And if you look at the remittances, it's approximately $125 to $135 billion. So that is the great impact of Indian diaspora. Can you share the next slide? Yes. So if you look at the household income of an Indian family in US, it is much more stronger than the Chinese or the Japanese or the Europeans, because Indian diasporic families who have migrated, they are strong in education, strong in IT skills, and that has really made them the best diaspora with good per capita income. Let me tell you about the influence of languages on diaspora. They have preserved our Indian languages even after going abroad. You can see that through numerous books being published, numerous translations in Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Punjabi, Bengali, and also one case of Manabadi, which is a weekend school for the Telugu diaspora in USA, where they teach Telugu language, Telugu literature, and make the students strong in Telugu mediums also. And certain associations like Tana, ATA, they are encouraging such schools, sponsoring them, and also Telugu language and literature is being written and spread through digital platforms. And we have a number of Indian diasporic writers using such platforms in order to showcase their work. Then we also have Prapancha Telugu Mahasabalu, which means Telugu conferences worldwide, which is being sponsored every year by Indian diasporic population in different countries. Then we also have e-magazines, e-literary magazines, which are being run by Indian diaspora in order to propagate Indian languages in Tamil or in Malayalam, Kannada, Telugu, Hindi, Gujarati, so on and so forth. So the idea of India is always present even when one is far away. That is being shown through these, media. Next. What is the influence of diaspora on arts? When we see Bollywood dance troupes in New York or the Carnatic music concerts in London, diaspora artists have shown that hybridized element of diaspora. They have personalized Indian art and they have shown how Indian art can exist even in New York or London or any other city worldwide. Diaspora festivals are being celebrated in order to celebrate our Indian festivals such as Holi, Diwali, and if you remember a video of the the US ambassador to India playing holy colors in the embassy with his colleagues went viral throughout the world, and people witnessed that the Westerners seem to enjoy Indian festivals, not just the food and the feasting, but also the culture. Not just that, we see numerous films on Indian diaspora, um, be it in Telugu or Tamil or Hindi, and these films also have captured the real themes of Indian diaspora, their homecoming or their alienation, whatever be the theme. Numerous films have caught that idea of Indian diaspora. And not just that, the painters, the musicians, the artists, the singers have brought in these themes through their medium. Next. Food as memory and nostalgia. Indian food is celebrated today in the name of idlis or idli and chutney, whatever be the restaurant in New York or London or other cities. Okay. Today, our South Indian idli sambar has become one of the, it has joined along with bread and butter as Indian breakfast. Earlier, in flights or in Western countries, Indian food was not to be found. But today, we see Indian cuisine, Indian food being served on the flights, and Indians are able to get authentic Indian food, be it in London or New York or Toronto, whatever be the case. And Indian chicken tikka masala has become one of the famous dishes in England, in London. So dishes like biryani, dosa, mango pickle symbolize that longing for India. You would have remembered Amulya Malladi, one of the Telugu diasporic writer, has written Mango Season, where she talks about her grandma pickling the mangoes during the summer season in Andhra Pradesh. Writers use recipes and food rituals as narrative devices to recall childhood and family bonds. One such example is Madhur Jaffrey's Climbing the Mango Trees, a memoir of childhood in India. So such food and cuisine has become part of Indian diaspora, and there are celebrated Indian diasporic chefs who have even featured in MasterChef India or MasterChef in different countries. Next. So what is the influence of Indian diaspora on tourism? Heritage tourism by second generation Indians who have born and settled abroad and who come back as tourists to their hometowns or home states. Return to explore ancestral villages, temples and historic sites. And today in Andhra Pradesh, if you see, as per the government's vision, the PPP model or the, taking over a village and sponsoring that village, development process of that village is being taken by the Indian diaspora population. And remittances often fund local tourism infrastructure from guest houses to cultural centers. So the Indian remittances do not go directly to their families, but also to the society. So there is a lot of grassroots level development happening, which is being funded by the Indian diaspora. The diaspora's pride in India inspires global travelers to experience the Taj Mahal or the Kerala backwaters or Rajasthan's forts. So Indian diaspora definitely influenced the other Westerners also to come back to India and look at these beautiful masterpieces. And not just that, very recently I've seen that in a wedding, the bridegroom and the bride who have settled in US brought along with them around 10 to 15 US friends who came here, stayed here for a week or 10 days, who enjoyed the wedding rituals, the ceremony and all that, and also visited the nearby places. So that I feel is or can be done only by the Indian diaspora. Next. So what is the influence on culture? Diaspora communities are the cultural ambassadors to our culture, to India. So they have introduced yoga. Today, yoga has become a worldwide phenomenon. The International Yoga Day is being celebrated not just in India, but in numerous other countries. And Ayurveda, that is the Indian herbal medicine, is being celebrated in different countries. There are Ayurvedic practitioners who are being, imported by different countries of the world. And then the festivals. For example, one of my relatives told me that Diwali festival box is being served, in Dallas, Texas, United States for $70, which has around 20 dishes from the South Indian, vegetarian cooking, and they deliver it to your home, where you have the sweet, the hot, the South Indian food, all that is being served as Diwali festival box. The same thing, Pongal festival box. Okay, like that, they have customized Indian festivals. They are preparing Indian food and serving to the Indians over there. And then they also create spaces of hybridity where Indian traditions meet global practices and bringing in new cultural forms. For example, Mehendi designs, by the North Indians, they have come over to South India also. And Indian Mehendi has become so popular that today, on July 4th, for American Independence Day, Mehendi designs were, celebrated in the US offices, saying that this is a kind of independence or this is a kind of cultural affirmation. So when we all look at these kind of influences, I would like to quote Salman Rushdie here, who says in his book Imaginary Homelands, I quote, "Exile is not just separation from one's country, but a perpetual dialogue with it." So it is not alienation, but it is a perpetual dialogue with the home country. Next. So in literature of Indian diaspora, we find the usual themes of identity, hybridity, belongingness, and nostalgia. And we have some of the key figures like Salman Rushdie, Jhumpala Hare, Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak, Chitra Banerjee, Kiran Desai, and they talk about this cultural identity and negotiation of the differences and hybridity. Next. I've just given a few of the writers, but there are many more who can be explored. So when you look at Indian diaspora, you have the old sugar diaspora or the indentured diaspora who were taken away by the British colonial rulers to different countries of the world in 1800s after slavery was boycotted, in the world. That is, African slaves were stopped. Indian people were taken in ships to different parts of the world. Okay, and these Indians have settled not just around India, that is in Sri Lanka or Myanmar or Malaysia, Singapore, Fiji, Maldives, but they have gone to Africa, they have gone even to South America, okay, and they have settled over there. If you look at the West Indian V.S. Naipaul, he belongs to the early first generation indentured laborers, that is in 19th century, where his great grandfather has migrated to West Indies, and he is a product of that. So like that, you have the old diaspora who speak about their migration, their travels, their homesickness, alienation, and discrimination. Very recently, I happened to read a book by Gautra Bahadur, okay, where she talks about her grandmother's journey from Indian state of Madhya Pradesh to Maldives. She carried with her 2 pairs of saris, one Bhagavad Gita book, and one lota. Lota is a silver, vessel in order to take some water or something. These were the only things she carried. And with that, not Maldives, she traveled to Mauritius. She stayed there. And from there, she went to West Indies. So just imagine an Indian Brahmin widow migrating from India and going over there. Later, she married there. At that time, she was around 18 years old. She remarried. She had she had progeny, and later, I think third generation granddaughter brought in these ideas to her autobiography, where she talks about her great grandmother's journey from India to Maldives. So, such autobiographical books really help us understand the old Indian diaspora and how they struggled, how they faced these ideas of homesickness, alienation, discrimination in the old world. And if you look at the new diaspora, today we have themes like globalized identity, fluid belongingness, and cosmopolitanism. So we have made a shift from the old to the new diaspora, from trauma to agency and hybridity. Next. So let me take the case studies of 4 books here. That is Goat Days by Benjamin, which talks about Gulf migration and exploitation, and then Baumgartner's Bombay, which talks about the Holocaust survivor in India, and The Circle of Reason, which talks about the transnationalism, journey and logic, and An Atlas of Impossible Longing, which talks about 3 generations of Indians who have settled abroad. Next. Yes. So here, when we take Go Days by Benjamin, it talks about Gulf migration. As we know, Kerala has really, many of the Keralites have gone to Gulf and they have settled over there. So, but there are stories of success and there are also stories of exploitation. So here we see the theme of Gulf migration and exploitation in this text, where Najib's ordeal in Saudi Arabia is portrayed, and he talks about the forced labor, isolation, psychological trauma, and his idea of remittances to India, to his family, and the migration dream and remittances has brought in all these problems. So this is one example of trauma. Next. Then we have Anita Desai's Baumgartner's Bombay, which talks about the Holocaust survivor in India. And here we have the layered exile and trauma and alienation in a new place, that is coming to India, settling down here. And that is one example of eastward migration from Europe to India. Next. Anuradha Roy's book, The Atlas of Impossible Longing, 2008, talks about the generational memory and longing of 3 generations in Bengal, and where they find emotional displacement, metaphorical diasporic conditions, and how they survive in the new world. Next. Then Amitav Ghosh, he is known for some of his latest books like Gun Island, and then his book on the Sundarbans, or his research on India, Southeast Asia, then Africa. So all this research has gone into a number of books, and especially I've taken the Circle of Reason, where he talks about transnational journeys and rationalism. So we find here Alu's journey across India, Middle East, North Africa, which blends myth, science, migration, the differences, and also he celebrates cosmopolitanism. So when we look into the Telugu diasporic writers, especially Amulya Mallavi, she talks about mango season, where she represents the Telugu culture, the mango season, the pickling of mangoes, and showing how Indian heritage, Indian culture is taken abroad. Even a little piece of that mango pickle is seen as if it is a cultural marker. Next, we also have Sujata Gidna's Ants Among Elephants, which offers a counter narrative to dominant histories, where she foregrounds marginalized voices and how she has moved from the poverty of her family to USA, and how she has negotiated her space, personal and also political space in USA. Next. So when we look at these emerging themes in diasporic literature today, we need to talk about environmental studies. It is not just important in India today, but also in diasporic literature. So eco-critical praxis and environmental consciousness is a must today when we look at the global environmental crisis. Then resistance discourse and post-colonial critique. As I've just spoken to you about Sujata Gidna, she has spoken about this as an example. And we also have Indian diasporic writers who are writing in their own mother tongue and also doing self-translation, into English. And also we find multilingual narratives. Some texts which are being written in different languages. For example, here I would like to quote Jhumpa Lahiri. Jhumpa Lahiri is what do I say? Maybe she's called as ABCD, maybe she's called as an American citizen, but Jhumpa Lahiri's parents were from Bengal. And her father, when her parents were in London, she was born. Later, they migrated to USA, and she studied, and her upbringing was in US. She settled in US, but later she went to Italy. She learned Italian, and she wrote a book in Italian. So those are multilingual narratives which we find among the Indian diaspora, the writers of the Indian diaspora. Many such writers have written in other tongues, not mother tongues. Gulf migration and Telugu diasporic experiences also have become quite commonplace today, and we have a number of books which talk about this. Next. There are also challenges and opportunities. For example, just now we spoke about the strict immigration policies in USA, UAE, and Australia, where people are finding it difficult in order to stay there. The Trump era and the Trump policies are really harassing a number of Indians in USA. And then we also see a rising transfer cost, and economic slowdowns in Europe. Many countries in Europe have, economic problems. Their GDP is going down, and because of that, many people are migrating elsewhere. We have seen the case of England, then Greece, Italy, so on and so forth. So remittances help cushion trade deficit and boost consumption in India. That is a point of opportunity for us. Next. So when we look at the strong Indian diaspora and the remittances from abroad, we see that those remittances have lessened from the Gulf nations, but there is a rise of remittances from USA, UK, Canada, and Australia. And over 50% now are from AEs, that is advanced economies. Next. So diasporic literature shapes not just, Indian literature, but Indian diasporic literature and writers are revolutionizing world literatures, not just in the countries, in their home countries, but also in the countries of their state. So, cultural capital is shaping Indian global identity today. And if you take the case of Amitav Ghosh books are bestsellers not just in Mumbai or Delhi or Chennai in India, but they're also bestsellers in New York bestsellers list. So where does he belong to? Where is he from? Today it is not the question of where he's coming from, but where he stays. So as Chitra Banerjee, one of the Indian diasporic writers, says, I carry my roots wherever I go. So roots are not something which have been planted in one particular place or one particular soil, but she says, I carry my roots wherever I go. That means she's a global Indian who can go to any place and settle down. So we have remittances, economic capital sustaining India's economy, and then literature, arts, tourism, culture, and economy together play India's transnational influence, and they influence every Indian today. Be it because of consumption, because of spread of Indian culture abroad, whatever it is. Okay. Today, Indian diaspora and Indian diaspora literature is one of the important research dimensions in language and also literature today. So, as Kiran Desai has put it, the Indian diaspora is a wonderful place to write from, and I'm lucky to be part of it. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. This is just one perspective on Indian diasporic writing. Now I'm open for any questions, any suggestions from you all. I keep telling my students, English class is not a funeral. It should be an enthusiastic, noisy class where people talk, people communicate. It's not about language, but it is about communication. We share our ideas. So I can hear you. Please continue.
Hello.
is the man who is responsible for promoting diasporic significance. Let me also say very categorically, there is no archives. There is no archives in the foreign offices, in the embassies of many 196 countries where the diaspora has been minting money and making India prosperous. But India is considering the diaspora as an ATM. Diaspora is not an ATM. People have to understand this particular point. What are the foreign officers? What are the Ministry of External Affairs doing on promoting diasporic entanglement, diasporic dissemination, or what to say, a diffusion? This is the greatest point where we researchers are handicapped highly in knowing many facts, hidden facts, secret facts about the diaspora. I am only impressed by Dr. Varghese, who brought a silent, a secretive, poetic document, which he revealed it in a very protagonist way. I mean, he's showing the scholars that such things have to come out in the light of national development. It's people's development. It's our development, countries, Indian development. So I'm only afraid how far diasporic connections, diasporic, what you say, legacy will go, because now diaspora is now suffering a paralysis.
I do understand, sir. This is a very different perspective from, an elite Indian diaspora. Archives are really necessary, and documentation in archives are really necessary for Indian culture, Indian literature, and even for the Indian government, they need to do that. Yes. I think we need to learn that from the British, okay, where they have even Charles Lamb's essays, the original manuscript of Charles Lamb's essays, preserved in the British Museum. Whereas we don't find our own old texts today.
You spoke about soft power.
Soft power.
All the ladoos, chutneys, and all other things which our Indians are spreading in abroad. But the external ministry is only eating on it and not promoting the diasporic facilities, facilities or ability. So this is what soft power is defeated in the Indian knowledge system. Wilson Bharat 2047 will be successful if the soft power is magnified. First nationally, then internationally.
Madam, thank you for your lecture. So in your lecture, you talked about a lot of Indian works, right? But I would like to draw your attention to a particular novel written by Chetan Bhagat, One Night at the Call Center. So that novel deals with the BPO industry in India. And it was a very very popular novel among the college students as well as the youth. So why I refer to this novel is that you refer to the indentured people who migrated to the US, to the South America and North America as slaves and as workers. But today we can see that people from India and other developing countries, they are moving to other countries in order to get a good job in the IT industry, right? So I believe that the nature of coolie is changing. So earlier it was indentures, workers, slaves But now we have a group of people, or this migration and diaspora, they created a group of people called as cyber coolies. So coolie is there, they are still slaves, but in a different setup. So they are working in big corporate offices. They are working in front of computers, and what about their identity? Their identity is concealed. They have to use American names, they have to use American accents, and they have to think, they have to behave like Americans to their customers. So their real identity is challenged. Their real identity is in a way concealed. They are cut off from the rest of the world. So I believe that this group of people, they suffer from something called a mechanistic dehumanization. So they are exploited, but at the same time, their what to say, their identity is in a way taken away from them. So we need to focus more on these aspects. So from indenture to the present, cyber coolies. Thank you.
With respect to the challenges, brain drain is also one of the major challenges which we are facing. See, for example, in the Indian schools and Indian colleges, particularly IITs, government is spending huge amount of money on IITs. But after studying from IITs and IIMs, they are moving to the other countries and just sending some sort of remittances. So, if we able to keep that flock within our country, we can even develop much more compared to the foreign countries. It's also one of the challenges.
Definitely.
Madam, you have highlighted many positive aspects of Indian diaspora abroad. I wish to highlight one particular thing. Indian diaspora in many places, so-called Five Eyes, such as USA, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and these 5 countries mainly. Indians are openly demanding the balkanization of country in the name of granting of a sovereign country called Khalistan by balkanizing India. But they never demand creation of adding of that part of Punjab from Pakistan itself. So their agenda is clear. It is not a sovereign country. They want some agenda against India. How don't you view these kind of activity by Indian diaspora against India itself?
There are many challenges like that. Many writers also have spoken about these, not just about the Punjabis, but even the Tamilians. And we have, even within internal diaspora, we have Northeast people coming to different states of India, and they being, they facing discrimination in different places. So all these are part of the challenges which we see. It is not just about Indian diaspora, but even within India, we have many such challenges. But only when India continues to grow despite these challenges, understand what freedom is all about, and not misuse our freedom, and develop our civic sense, develop some kind of a safety system within India, only then India will continue to grow, right? There are many challenges. If you see some of the foreigners, when they come to India, they are being raped, they are being harassed for money. There are many such things happening. All those are definitely the challenges within India, which we need to address, and where we need to improve our social system. Definitely there are many challenges, but I've just focused on some aspects of Indian diaspora. Indian diaspora is like a huge banyan tree, where only some part of it I've tried to speak about. If you take the Encyclopedia of Indian Diaspora, which has the diaspora literature from different countries, such a huge book. I think for the last few years I've read only maybe 40% of it, not the whole. So like that, there are so many things about diaspora which we can address as researchers and as students of literature. Thank you.
Thank you.
As we are running short of time, queries which are raised, I think we have limited now. If anybody has, you can personally meet ma'am and ask your queries. Can you tell me so? So before we conclude this technical session, I would like to take a moment to express our heartfelt appreciation to Dr. N. Usha, Registrar, Department of English, Krishna University, for delivering an enlightening and thought-provoking presentation on hybrid identities, diaspora literature. Your expertise and insights have added immense value to our discussion, and we are grateful for the time and effort you took to share your knowledge with us. Your contribution to the success of this session is greatly appreciated, and we look forward to benefiting from your experience in the future. Thank you, Usha ma'am, for being an exceptional speaker and for making the session a memorable one. As we, according to the program schedule, we would like to start with the paper presentations. At least a few papers can be presented before we go for lunch. So I invite, having an exciting lineup of presentations scheduled, and I'm sure you all find them informative and thought-provoking. And our chair for today's session is Mrs. Sandra, who will guide us through the proceedings, and I request Madam to come onto the dais. Thank you so much for chairing this session, ma'am. May I invite Beulah ma'am to take over for this paper presentation session.
Good afternoon, everybody. Since we are running short of time, we wish to have a few presentations because as it is expected that we need to have certain presentations. So this technical session will be presided over chaired by Dr. Supriya, and I invite some of the paper presenters to please come on to the dais. Dr. S. Farhad, Associate Professor. Dr. S. Farhad is here. Okay. Dr. Olala Srinivas, please come on to the dais. And I invite Vishnu Vandana. Ma'am, please come and sit. Yeah. And if the presenters are using the PPT, kindly hand over the PPTs to me. I think we need to wait. I know where they went out. So Farhad ma'am, you're not presenting now. Look, you can come and sit here. That's what I ask you to come and sit. Please come. Are you using your PPTs? Are you using your PPT? Okay, sir. Please come on the dais. Farhad ma'am, meet good running. Please come. Okay, so the others could have the chance of presenting the papers a little later because we have again from 3:30, the last session also we have one, and then tomorrow also we get a chance to present. Now I hand over the mic to Supriya ma'am. Ma'am, you please take over the session. And I also invite Sheela ma'am to be the reporter to please come on the dais. She'll be summarizing the program. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Krishna University, learned colleagues and my dear scholars and friends. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for having given me this fine opportunity to chair a technical session. It's a homecoming for me because I am alumni of Stella College, Chennai. The main office is there in Chennai, the main college. And so when I just introduced myself to the principal, Sister Iniyasamma, she was so kind enough to immediately oblige. And thank you so much, Sister, for giving me this golden opportunity to chair the technical session. It's really a privilege to be a part of this academic, gathering, this intellectual, event, because we learn so many things, especially the missionary institutions. I'm very proud to say, because all my education I also had in a missionary institution, and Stella Maris has really changed my personality. So I wouldn't take much of my time. Thank you all the organizers also. And despite the busy schedule, they have been constantly in touch with me, sending messages and also making calls to me. Thank you all so much. Very specially the convener, the co-convenor and the organizing secretary for being very kind, and thank you so much for your hospitality. And I wish all the presenters, paper presenters are very, best of luck. And we will begin, I think, with O. Srinivas. Dr. O. Srinivas, and he is from a residential Telugu Minorities Residential Educational Institution Society, Hyderabad, Telangana, and he will be presenting a paper titled Unrequited Love, a Comfort or Heartbreak, a Critical Study of Sunanda Gupta's A Sin of Color.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Krupa Sheela, a former student of Nagarjuna University campus. Completed my PhD in Krishna University, Vijayawada. Now I am working as a lecturer in English in Telangana Minorities Residential Education Institution Society, Hyderabad, government sector. Now I am going to present my paper on the topic Unrequited Love, a Comfort or Heart.
Interrupt you all, please excuse me. I just received the information from the organizers. 5 minutes the paper presenters will take for your presentation. 5 minutes.
My topic is Unrequited Love, a Comfort or Heartbreak, a critical study of Sunanda Gupta's A Sin of Color. Here, two terms are there. Starting unrequited love. Unrequited love means everybody knows that. Unrequited love means in Telugu. Please don't confuse. This is one-side love. In cinemas also you will see that unrequited love. One person loves another but he cannot express outside that. So Telugulo ప్రతిఫలం లేనటువంటి కళ్ళు పెరగనటువంటి ఏకపక్షమైనటువంటి. So this is the main theme of this novel written by Sunanda Gupta. We can say this thing. Sunanda Gupta's novel A Sin of Color intricately explores the theme of unrequited love, weaving it through the lens of its characters across 3 generations and multiple continents. Here, Sunetra Gupta is a creative writer of Indian diaspora. She was born in Kolkata and settled in London. Being a fiction writer, she is a scientist. She is also a winner of Sahitya Akademi Award of her debut novel, Memoirs of Rain. This present novel, A Sin of Color, says that it's a passion for hero falls love with his brother's wife, has a passion for his brother's wife, Reba. So here it tells about this story tells about 3 generations and of a house in Calcutta, and Calcutta, that house is called as Mandalay. Here, the main protagonist, Devendranath Rai, falls hopelessly in love with his brother's wife, Reba, and later disappears, presumed drowned in Oxford's Cherwell River. Years later, his niece, Niharika, driven by an obsession to uncover her uncle's fate, becomes entangled in her own unrequited love for Daniel Faraday. This Niharika and Daniel Faraday, that is another side of unrequited love. Who is Niharika? Niharika is daughter of Reba. Who is Reba? Reba's brother and this Devendranath is Reba's husband, and Devendranath is 2 brothers. So 2 sides that. Just like Salman Rushdie's, what is the main theme? Salman Rushdie, magic realism. We can say magic realism in Salman Rushdie. Same like that. In this novel also we can say magic realism. 2 sides, unrequited love by this Devendranath Rai, one is brother's wife Reba, and another side is Niharika's unrequited love on this Daniel Faraday. The writer expressed a new theme. What is unrequited love as a personal and cultural longing? Unrequited love as a personal and cultural longing. Is here in Emily Bronte's book also, Wuthering Heights, we can say Catherine and Heathcliff's also displays how unfulfilled desire shapes personal identity and a destructive passion. We can see this type of love also we can see here, and another one great writer says that roughly 98% of population has been on either one or both sides of unrequited love. That means 98%. Everybody in his life at any time, at any age, they may have this type of unrequited love. This is said by Bomister. Now, here, Devendranath Rai, the main protagonist of this novel, is unrequited love for Reba, his brother's wife, is the emotional cornerstone of A Sin of Color, described as a, it describes her Reba, a beautiful woman who decorated her rooms nicely, and so and so that. See, but here later he went to other country, and he presumed as he was died by sinking in the river, but later he was alive. He comes to that too. And next character, Niharika, the legacy of obsession, unrequited love for Daniel Faraday also parallelly shown in this novel. So we can conclude that some feministic and post-colonial implications also we can see in this novel. That from feminist perspective, A Sin of Color critiques the gendered dimensions of unrequited love Jennifer, Devendranath's wife, suffers silently from her unreciprocated affection, her pale, languishing state symbolizing the razor of women's desires within patriarchal structures. She is called as a poor, sweet Jennifer. Niharika sometimes wondered if life would have been better for her if her uncle had not drowned in the church well 18 years ago. Here, Niharika's love for Daniel converts her to state of emotional, highlighting the limited agency of women in diasporic contexts. Gupta's portrayal of these women challenges romanticized notions of love, exposing its potential to reinforce gender inequalities. The Devendranath Niharika's experiences reflect a hybridity and alienation of the post-colonial subject, whose longing for love mirrors their yearning for a stable cultural identity. Gupta's lyrical prose, described as a blend of vernacular Indian language and high Europe culture, further underscores this cultural tension, blurring the boundaries between East and West. So, in the conclusion, we can say that a sin of color of Sunetra Gupta's transformed unrequited love into a profound symbol of personal and cultural longing. Thank you all for giving me.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivas. In fact, it was a very comprehensive presentation, and it is, I think, a lesson for all the students that love knows no barriers. Love can go beyond. Love can go beyond cultural, linguistic, social, economic, and other aspects. Provided it is true love, it is reciprocated, and it is a mutual love between any two lovers, or the husband and the wife, or it can be a master-teacher relationship, or in any relationship. Love is the basic instinct, my dear students. So, so through the characters, very nicely, sir, you have projected how love can also create lots of gender inequalities, and it can still also bring about lots of emotional happiness, peace of mind. Okay, so thank you so much for that very comprehensive presentation. We move on into the next presenter. I would like to invite Teres Farhat to come on to the stage. Please take your seat, ma'am. And the next presenter we have is Dr. Vishnu Vandana Devi, Assistant Professor, Department of English from VR Siddhartha School of Engineering, Siddhartha Academy of Higher Education, Vijayawada, and she will be presenting on soft power and cultural diplomacy, Indian diasporic women as cultural ambassadors. Madam, please.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to the illustrious gathering here. I thank Dr. Beulah, ma'am, my teacher, convener of this conference, Dr. Supriya Garu, organizing secretary, my co-scholar Srinivas sir, and other research scholar Shanti ma'am, all the dignitaries on the dais, Sophia ma'am, chairperson of this technical session, and other chairpersons, other dignitaries, learned professors here, dear students. And my paper is titled, I've looked at Indian diasporic women who have settled in the USA as cultural ambassadors. Not just looking at the trauma they are facing there, the challenges they are facing there. Why not we look at the positive side? Why not we look at what they are doing to their families, to the country here, to the country where they are living in? How they are taking their weaknesses as opportunities, and how they are trying to bring name not only to the homeland but also to the hostland. That is my paper all about. And the globalized world has given rise to the diasporic communities, which play a crucial role in all the spheres of life, economically, politically, socially, and culturally. The cultural flow of a nation is being shaped differently due to the diasporic families, especially in countries like the United States of America. Indian women living in America can rightly be called as the dynamic cultural ambassadors who are actively involved in the promotion and reinterpretation of Indian culture and heritage, while navigating successfully with the American socio-cultural and political landscape too. The paper seeks to explore and examine the procedures, systems, and structures that allow women to function as cultural ambassadors where they try to protect, preserve, transform the novel cultural practices. The paper highlights the role of women in nurturing the intercultural dialogue, improving cultural learning, and leading to build a cultural nexus in the USA. With the help of some diaspora theories proposed by Homi J. Bhabha and Floya Anthias and Neera Ewell Davis, this paper tries to focus on the interface of gender, diaspora, and cultural representation. So let us look at the theories proposed by Homi J. Bhabha and others. So cultural hybridity and third space, as propounded by Bhabha, talks about the diasporic communities trying to create a new hybrid identity where there is a confluence of the native land traditions and the host land cultural influence. The Indian women in the USA not only preserve the homeland traditions but also try to represent it in a new land in a new form. For instance, they celebrate Diwali with American style potluck tradition, teach the native tongue Telugu or Hindi using apps or employing tutors from India, and dress themselves in a blend of Indian and Western attire. Thus, women become the cultural practitioners, adapting the old practices in a newer context, making culture a way of life, as said by Raymond Williams, ever evolving. According to gendered cultural reproduction theory by Floya Anthias and Neera Ewell Davis, women are considered representations of cultural identity, mostly in diasporic communities. Women who have migrated from India to the USA on various grounds, it might be education, work, or marriage, take up various roles inside and outside the home. If they are working apart from the career responsibilities, they take up multitasking jobs, which certainly make them to be the guards of the culture. They teach their children the mother tongue, prepare traditional food items, conduct religious ceremonies, celebrate festivals, thereby nurturing a specific cultural space at home. This theory examines how women are burdened playing all these roles. It is at the same time empowering and not feeling it as a cumbersome or tiresome activity. However, both the theories address cultural preservation as an active and creative process resonating with the lived experiences of the Indian women living in the USA, strangling at the same time in between, letting the world know that they are Americanized Indian women, as said by today morning, sir, the keynote speaker of today's session. He was talking about contact zone and wedging bodies, the two things which fit in here. They because they try to adjust themselves at the host land while they try to protect their own culture of the country. And diasporic women bear an essential role as cultural ambassadors, mediating between the homeland and the host nation through everyday practices, social participation, and symbolic representation. According to Avatar Bra and Vijay Mishra, diaspora is a process rather than a condition of displacement, wherein memory, identity, and belonging are continuously negotiated within this transnational space. So women function as key agents in sustaining cultural continuity by preserving language, rituals, food traditions, and value systems, while adapting these practices to the new socio-cultural context. Aparna Raiprol and Floya Anthes have pointed out how migration heightens women's responsibility as custodians of culture, locating them at the crossroads of gender, ethnicity, and nation. Uma Narayan also further establishes that diasporic women do not merely reproduce tradition, but reinterpret and represent cultural practices to challenge essentialist notions of identity. Indian women in the USA personify their ambassadorship in multiple and unique methods. They navigate through multiple identities as women, immigrants, professionals, and finally cultural representatives, which place them at the junction of production of the culture and social transformation. So we see them representing in various ways, like in the preservation of culture, innovation of new traditions, translation of culture, and cultural diplomacy, where women on the foreign land try to safeguard the culture of their land, and they reimagine the Indian tradition in a new milieu. So cultural ambassadorship, to name the responsibility shouldered by the Indian women diaspora, has emerged because of the intersection of the social and professional life. So Indian women, through Indian classical arts and art forms like music and dance, could create visible avenues for diasporic cultural engagement. Dance forms like Bharatanatyam, Kathak, and Odishi could not only receive appreciation but also gave rise to new narratives in tune with the diasporic themes of identity, migration, and belongingness in the hands of dancers like Alarmelvalli, Malavika Sarkai, Yamini Kallapuri, and Meenakshi Seshadri. Thus, in music also, many Indian women have established their own schools across the country, trying to retain not only the art of the homeland, but also becoming independent women, training the Indian children. Indian American writers like Jhumpa Lahiri, Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni have won international acclaim for their books,
which explain the condition of the Indian diaspora women. So often Indian women are observed to contribute through education, both formally in the educational institutions and informally within their own communities, teaching Indian children the native tongues like Hindi, Telugu, etc. Sanskrit is gaining prominence these days, where weekend classes are held free of cost for both the young and the adults, and thus no Indian woman in the USA cannot be called a housewife or a homemaker. Thus, Indian diaspora living in the USA have been playing the role of cultural ambassadors, negotiating tradition with modernity, withstanding many challenges, especially staying away from their motherland, which is a very bitter experience for anyone. They can only be truly termed as the cultural transmitters, as through them the language, rituals, and food, education, literature, and arts have been gaining momentum. So these soft power change agents are trying to make local global. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving deep insights into the significance of women's role, not just in India, but also abroad. So from the paper, we understand very nicely, very clearly, ma'am, you have put it that, girls, please, okay, because we are all women here. So let's see if we can make the men run away, okay? So that powerful, yes, we have to become. And ma'am, you have shared, her paper has very relevantly, very meaningfully dealt with how women turn out to become not just responsible citizens or women confined to the four walls of the house doing household chores, but they are, in any foreign land, in an alien land, wherever they are put up, wherever they migrate, they are culture keepers. So the responsibility for women in different countries, wherever they go because of various reasons, is doubled. So the responsibility becomes is laid on their shoulders, and which they try to prove and also show that they are capable, they possess lots of caliber and potentialities. So it's again, my dear students, especially girls, we all should become empowered by looking at certain characters, okay, from the novels, from the presentations, from the keynote address, from whatever the resource persons are telling, and see what best we can take home. And through this particular seminar, the 2-day conference, and try to also implement them in our lives and become better women, culture bearers, nourishing our families, our society, and also the workplace where we are. So thank you so much, ma'am. And next we have, I think that's the final presentation for this particular session. We have Dr. S. Farhad, Associate Professor, Department of English, Koneru Lakshmaya Education Foundation, deemed to be University, Greenfields, Vadeshwaram, and she will be presenting her paper on myth, migration, and mangroves, ecological crisis, and indigenous resistance in Amitav Ghosh's Gun Island and the Hungary Tide, a study of eco-critical sustainability. Ma'am, please, go ahead.
Thank you so much, ma'am. First of all, greetings of the day to all. I'd like to extend my thanks to the organizing committee for the invitation and the participation involving us here. Thank you so much. And I am equally happy to present my paper before my colleague, Dr. Sophia ma'am. So actually, I'll just, given the paucity of the time, I'll just summarize what my paper is, linking towards to the main theme of our conference, the 2-day conference. As the conference is bridging borders where we need to imagine the futures, they're given the diaspora. As per the Amitav Ghosh, he has really redefined what diasporic is through his migration, bringing out a new outlook and approach in his medium of instructions through his novels, especially the 2 novels that I have taken as a part of the study in my conference presentation that I have already submitted, ma'am, with many reminders. Thank you for giving the reminders. So this study is completely, my paper has spoken the other side of diaspora. So what we have listened in the morning through Dr. Usha ma'am, giving out really the positive outlook of the diaspora and how Amitav Ghosh has taken this diasporic, erasing many borders actually. So diaspora can be caused with various aspects. So not only these are the diaspora, not only the migration, even the migration has its own dimensions. So what are those dimensions? When what Amitav Ghosh has taken in his two novels, The Gun Island and The Hungry Time. So this is what I want to showcase in my study, and my paper has explored in detail about these novels, where myth, migration into this Anthropocene, a new world where we can change many things, an imaginary world where a diaspora can make its own way, where because of these climatic changes, migration is not only because for the food, jobs and all. Amitav Ghosh has presented in his novels that migration and this diaspora can be extended, this can be extended only not to the major factors that we all know as what diaspora is. There is other side of the diaspora, and that is nothing but the climatic changes. Migration can be caused through these climatic changes, the disturbs of the climate. When we have the disturbs of climate, non-human agencies are there. Project Tigers, where he has exclusively and then explored through his characters that how many projects taken by the government in order to, safeguard certain endangered animals and how they are being protected. And this protection is also endangering humans. So this is how he has brought into this, and this taking Bangladeshis, the refugees in his novels, and how migration can affect really with many organizations, working NGOs where they have come across. And this is what he has put up. And my paper has, I just like to summarize again, to put up what has Amitav Ghosh put in these two novels. Because migration, diaspora, integrity is there. And innovation that Amitav Ghosh has brought is being the concern towards the ecological crisis. The human tendency now, it should be the approach, the modern approach, where we are running for technology, this we are erasing, where it is a globalization. The emergency, the need now for humans is nothing but to erase all that, and our concern and focus should be the ecological. So these both novels we can consider as a climatic fiction, where he has brought a number of problems, where it is not only we are endangering the non-humans, but also the humans. So now this is the need, where through his very particular characters, both are joining the myth that we are treating, because myth is everywhere, isn't it? Even when we follow, though it is a modernization where we are living in a globalization era. So globalization era, that is called as global transformation. We are transforming ourselves globally, but the thing is that we are, isn't it? We are attached to our myths. So this is what Amitav Ghosh's concern is. He argues through his novels, in those both novels, that though there is a global transformation, though we are erasing this globalization, calling it as a village, so where our problems fall? So where we are, how we are treating our humans or those endangered animals, securing ourselves as well as this. And through this conference, this is the concerns that I have projected in my paper. Thank you all with these aspects. Thank you once again for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present myself here. Thank you once again.
So thank you, madam, for taking us into the world of ecology. Which is again, the paper shows that it is each one's responsibility to preserve nature, ecology, and also maximum try to save the species which are becoming endangered, my dear students. Okay, so thank you, ma'am. From Amitav Ghosh's two novels, you have tried to project how important and how responsible we as citizens, as educators, as students should be to protect and preserve, the ecological system, which is so beautiful. Yes, and this is the other side, the other perspective of diaspora. And so we also understand that diaspora, people migrate also because of climatic conditions. When you are not happy, when you are not satiated with a particular climate, you keep moving, you keep migrating. Okay, so the wonderful insights all three presenters have tried to give us, my dear students. So thank you all once again, and thank you, Rapporteur Madam, for also, sitting very quietly, but also supporting, because I can feel your support here. And thank you once again, the organizers. With this now, the paper presentation session for this for now ends up. This session witnessed insightful interdisciplinary observations and perspectives, and these are all the well-researched papers addressing the theme by meaningful scholarly observation. Thank you very much. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I sincerely thank the chairperson, Dr. Sophia, for your observations and remarks, and the appreciation for the presenters. Dr. Olala Srinivas mentioned as well as reminded many poets and the writers, and he brought out some characters to show the unrequited love on his research paper, and also with scene of color in his research paper, he stated the post-colonial aspects. I appreciate sir for that. And Dr. Vishnuvardhana Devi, she stated Indian women as cultural ambassadors by blending Indian and Western culture, paving the wonderful way of life and showing that to everyone. That's very good, nice presentation. Thank you so much. And Dr. Faraz, scholarly presentation of redefining diaspora by taking Amitav Ghosh novels is praiseworthy. Thank you so much and congratulations for that. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I also thank all the presenters and also the delegates. I'm gratefully acknowledging them and scholars for making this academic engagement possible. Thank you so much.
So with that, we come to the conclusion of our first technical session. And now we'll break for lunch. Half an hour time, please. Okay, it's because we are running short of time. Everything became very extended. So after lunch, we'll come back here by 12:30, right? And we'll have, 2:30. 2:30. We'll come back here at 2:30, and then we'll have the technical session. And that will be, the resource person will be Dr. Govindra, Govindra. Right. So please, we'll all proceed to for lunch. Thank you. The students also, those who are seated, please come for lunch. Okay, it's arranged upstairs. For a national conference, we have an international resource person. Thank you, sir, for being with us this morning. So it's our, we are very happy that sir is with us this afternoon. So I invite sir to please come on to the dais. And to chair this session, I invite Dr. Mova Srinivasa Reddy, Vice Principal, Head, Department of History, Andhra Loyola College, Vijayawada. So it's like this. So this afternoon we have a talk, special talk by Sir. That is Professor Kuppuram Govindarajan. And his talk will be followed by at least a few presentations. We have a big list of presenters, but due to the lack of time, we'll try to fit in as many as we can. Because after break, we have another technical session in which we have only presentations. So we'll see how things go. So now I hand over the mic to Dr. Mova Srinivas sir. Sir, kindly take over the session now, sir.
Respected convener and secretaries of this national seminar on Indian diaspora, and it's Professor Beulah Madam Garu, and other organizing committee, the management of Vanilatha College, and dear students and fellow participants, a very good afternoon to you all. And I also welcome Professor Kuppuram Garu. Actually, I had some conversation with him over phone a few months ago. One of my PhD scholar dissertation was dedicated by Professor Kuppuram Garu. So she has been awarded PhD. So we're very grateful to him. And it's I never expected that I would be seeing him for life. So really, this conference on diaspora made this person of diaspora to be with us today. It's really, he himself is an individual of diaspora, but he is serving in African continent. Well, in the morning, we have listened to our keynote address, Verghese. It all appeared as though it's also frightening when he was telling about corrupt and other things. Is it so sad, so difficult that our people to adjust in the diaspora? When I had the first stance of listening to diaspora, I was listening to one of my senior at University of Hyderabad, who has taken PhD from Pittsburgh University, and I listened to a very sweet voice about the sweet melodious stories at Pittsburgh. Contrary that I had in the morning. It appears that in 1990s at Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania state, there is our Venkateswara temple. Tirupati Venkateswara temple is there in Pittsburgh. There in Pittsburgh, on Saturday, our pretty Indian girls who were born in America were learning Kuchipudi on Saturday, Bharatanatyam on Sunday. Now the entire American continent is, mushrooming with the Hindu temples. If it is so serious that our people cannot even find their place in a foreign country, how is it that is a mushrooming of Hindu temples? Maybe some experiences. How is that, Madam Usha was telling that, the kind of people, our Indian diaspora turning into millions. But when it is so frightening, how can so many millions stay there? So this question. But anyway, I like the way Verghese sir was presenting, because I was one with him who also doesn't want to go abroad. That's why I'm here. Otherwise, I've been adopted in America by my own family members. The story is not just about the present day affairs. We have the diaspora right from the ancient times. Right from the ancient times. For that matter, the Deccan or South Indian population or races have their affiliation to Mediterranean world. Some of our village names, place names, our habits have their, similarities to the Mediterranean world. The entire world, the human beings, okay, it is in Africa that worldwide got the evolution of the man. It is Paleolithic to Neolithic times. And there are a lot of migrations of the Paleolithic man to entire world. So we are one. Although we are talking about diaspora, man is one. Okay, now. Sometime back I went to Vellore. Vellore, somebody is supposed to be presenting a paper on Candy. Is it Rajalakshmi? Yeah. So Candy, Sri Lanka's, the Sri Lanka royal family married somebody in Madurai. Madurai Nayakas. And those Madurai Nayakas are from Telugu land. The reason why is there has been a tradition that from Sri Lanka they are having matrimonials in Tamil Nadu, especially the Madurai Nayakas. And the Madurai Nayakas became rulers. Yeah, how? That ruler of Sri Lanka not only married the Madurai Nayakas, also married another royal, another family in Sri Lanka, but she doesn't belong to a royal family. According to the tradition of the rulers of Sri Lanka, a child born to a royal woman should inherit the throne. That way, Mother Nayaka's person has become the ruler of Sri Lanka. And now in Sri Lanka, one lady by name DP Anuradha, who is working with Eenadu and other news channels, was commissioned to go to some countries like Myanmar, to Sri Lanka, to Indonesia. She was taking a documentary for the Eenadu. The minute she landed in Sri Lanka, she found some poor Indians or Telugu people in almost poverty struck position. She found somebody, playing the snake trick. The snake, rope trick and snake. పామును ఆడిస్తారు. ఆ బొట్లో పాము ఉంటుంది, దాంతో గుత్తారు, పాము డ్యాన్స్ చేసింది, పావులా బేడ వేస్తుంటారు. అవి తీసుకుంటారు లైవ్లీహుడ్. ఇది శ్రీలంక వెళ్ళగానే చూసినాం అక్కడ. మన పడవలో వెళ్ళి అక్కడ దిగింది, చూడగానే అది కనపడింది. ఏంటి వెళ్ళింటున్నారు వైద్య. కొంచెం దూరం పోయింది. పోతే ఒక ముసలమ్మ చిరిగిపోయిన చీర కట్టుకొని, ఒక జోలి పెట్టుకొని, ఒక పిల్లవాడిని సంకలో వేసుకొని, ఆ జోలిలో ఏమన్నా అన్నం ఉంది. మన పల్లెటూరులో చూసినట్టుగా అన్నం ముద్దలు కలిపి వాడికి పెడుతున్నాం. నువ్వు అంటే నేను తెలియదు. లైక్ దట్ షీ Anuradha followed them up and landed in a big street where Telugu people are. Then she started asking the question, who are you, where are you, why are you here? But మా రావద్దుని ఎవరో ఓడించారు, ఎవరో కాదు బ్రిటిష్ వాళ్ళు ఓడించారు. The Mother Nayakas who inherited the throne of Sri Lanka, one lady also ruled Kandy. At Kandy. So we see in Vellore all those pictures of the rulers of those erstwhile times. So in fact, when the Britishers defeated the kings whose descendancy is from the Madurai origin, so what exactly happened is they were imprisoned in Vellore fort. That's how we see the Vellore, all those artifacts. That's about Sri Lanka. And we also see similar stories in Burma. There are a large number of, I think Captain Raupuri Venkaya is supposed to present a paper on Myanmar, Burma. That paper could be on during the colonial times. When Burma was also captured, when the life in Andhra, India was miserable under the colonial rule, economic exploitation, agrarian discontentment, distress, led impoverishment of the peasantry, and imagine the landless peasantry, they are not even getting, their livelihood. So they had to go on ships to Burma to serve as, workers in the sawmills, rice mills, and almost here they are poverty-ridden people. They made some money. The conditions were very miserable. So when you study about the condition of the Indians or Indian diaspora over the centuries from the ancient times, I'm telling you, we have Telongs from Telangana who are there in, in the Southeast Asian countries. Right at the time of Acharya Nagarjuna, Buddhism spread to those countries. We see in China a large number of Hindu temples belonging to the Chola times, even like that. Indian diaspora traces its origin from the very ancient times, right into modern times. So now the story that we are making money, coming back, we are looking at those Indian diaspora when they are coming as though they are VIPs in India, but we find that their life in India is better than our diasporic people. So all that, and they do Bharatanatyam, Kuchipudi, they speak Telugu, and they wear dhoti, and they feel very proud because they are away from all this, and we are trying to aid the West. So this is the context, and when one has to look at from those perspectives, from the time frame of ancient, medieval, modern. You must have all seen that film in which Gamundavaya antadu evadu aa cinema lo evadu Gona Gannareddy cinema Rani Rudramdevi ఆ రాణి రుద్రమదేవి కోర్టుకు వాళ్ళు వచ్చి చూసిపోతారు Marco Polo. So like that you have a lot of from rich history about the diaspora. So with this introduction, I would now invite Professor Prof to deliver this lecture. We are fortunate that we are going to listen about the diaspora, and a professor we have stayed there for a long time, and we can have first-hand experience. And of course, Mahatma Gandhi was himself there in that Durban and other places, and the experience that the Indian children faced. That's how the origin of the the Satyagraha began, which subsequently led to the independence. And with these words, I invite Professor Prof to take over the session.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, my dear staff members and students of Stella Medicine. In fact, let me first compliment and congratulate the conference organizing members for bringing an ingenuine topic, especially needed for this time when diasporians are chased away from many continents, many different countries because of recession, because of political problems, and so many other things. I compliment the organizing team for bringing out such a new topic, on bridging the borders and integrating the diasporic elements. Today, I'm just going to be very objective, very observational, right? Not hypothetical, in fact. And I'm going to cross the pessimistic and optimistic views, which is coming in my way. So, actually, in fact, how can we remember the memory of the diasporians? We build too many walls, not bridges. There are no enough bridges for us, especially I told you in the morning, in fact, the archival materials for boosting the legacy of the diaspora is very feeble, in fact. And Vasudhaiva Kutumbam emphasizes that the world is one family. That's what I said. I told now we should build a lot of bridges, not walls. A lot of walls are being constructed today in every corner of the continent. In fact, so let me say that the diaspora is alive. It's a culture. It's evolving. It's adapting. In fact, creating, surviving, and thriving, and inventing our cultural futures. In fact, historical memory is nothing but the wings. As 32 million Indians across 196 countries, they are doing something very, very creative. In fact, so we have to recognize their identity, not from the locational point of view, from their internal brains as to what they are doing. In fact, a snake cannot survive if it doesn't cast its skin. So if we don't change our minds, if we don't change our opinions, I think our minds will cease to exist. And that's where we are having the brain drain. The brain drain is all because of a kind of a constipation among the world communities, among the world political leaders, and so on. So we have to look at the diaspora from the economic point of view, and at the higher entrepreneurship rates that they are giving dividends. It's not their migration. I do understand they have migrated for 90 days on the ships. Many people, 25% dead on the voyage. They call themselves Jahaji Bhai, shipmates, in fact, from indentured laborers to coolies to Dalits. Every fellow traveled, but there is no Dalit difference, or there is no caste hierarchy in the Caribbean islands, or in South Africa, or in East Africa, or in Mauritius, or any other area where Indian diaspora is very strong, except the Gulf migrants. In fact, that's very recent in the modern 20th century, where you have today the kafala system. The kafala system is destroying the people who are going there. In fact, they are suffering a lot. In fact, they are trying to preserve their culture. In fact, they are trying to preserve their transnational challenges. In fact, they are navigating into multiple complex avenues so that they can benefit themselves and also our nation. So let us understand that historical memory, in fact, is not an anchor. It is actually a bridge connecting the past to the future. In fact, tradition to innovation, belonging to becoming. We have to become something. I should say that diaspora should be connected to the forest. Seeds, I mean to say, don't make the tree. Seeds make the forest. Seeds actually make the forest. So we communities, in fact, we have to be globally rooted, very much resilient, and we should bridge borders where we can build futures for the diaspora communities, because they are giving us millions of dollars to repair the damages, to repair the problems in our country. I want to just reveal 3 revelations. One is that they have the strategic amnesia. Strategic amnesia is that the loss of memory on caste hierarchy. They have forgotten what is caste, but they are culturally editing of themselves. They are moving towards a sophistication of inventing new things. Their brain is something very, very crazy, but don't think they are foolish. They are more intelligent than us. In fact, between 1838 and 1947, several thousand Indians actually they came in the form of slavery to South Africa and the Caribbean islands. But these diasporians should not feel that they are out of the land. They are at home, because it was a difficulty when they found an opportunity to make an empire of themselves and build nations. Remember, Indians, laborers built Suriname, Guatemala in North America. They also developed parts of Mexico and Colombia. They also developed other nations like Mauritius and Seychelles and other islands. Madagascar, also they are part and parcel. Comoros Islands in the Indian Ocean is also a repository of Indian merchants between 1900 and 1940s. In fact, thanks to these people, in fact, these English people are speaking Creole, Bhojpuri language, I mean, they get married to themselves. There is an intercaste Afro-Caribbean cultural synthesis, in fact, and they forgot caste. Why? Because they are interested in their workplaces. They don't want to bother about their privileges. They want to say that we are communities who can adjust with a foreign land. The quantitative reality of this diaspora are they have expanded their entrepreneurship ships. They have expanded, increased their business survival rates. They are economically mobile across generations. They have reduced all intergenerational conflict. When we are conflicting here between the upper caste and the Dalit internally and nationally, they have forgotten. And the civic participation is highly resilient. In fact, that's why I said cultural editing is more stronger because they are building their cognitive and social resources for adaptation and innovation. In fact, so what is happening to the communities? My second revelation is that they are undergoing a digital renaissance and a digital renaissance. Nobody can expect this because they are under this globalization, in fact, and the globalization, they are using it for cultural identity, so that their current generation doesn't lose its progeny, in fact, So the most important point is that my grandfather settled in Fiji. He married a Fijian. He married 3 wives in India, in fact. But he forgot. He said, okay, I leave you land and property here. He left in 1930s. My parents and all grew as orphans, in fact, in India under their aunts and uncles' tutelage. So what exactly is that? They are born and brought up there, but they have built the Indian community, Indian association, and so on. Now their cousins are coming and looking after us in India, their tradition, their lost villages, and their lost identity. In fact, the same thing also, people from Uttar Pradesh are tracing their homeland back here. So what I want to say is that as Olduvai Gorje professor has said is that I have excavated more than 28 species between 4.5 million years to 1.3 million years. And these are the human species, Homo habilis and Homo erectus, who have migrated transnationally in the long millions of years to Europe, Asia, and most important is that they have carried a Y chromosome. But research analysis from the Neanderthal human beings, from the Denisovan human beings, and also the Peking man, and also from the Australian aborigines, very few traces of Y chromosomes are observed, and one Y chromosome was detected from Sri Lanka and also from Tamil Nadu. And this shows that the male population among these human species was very, very dominant, who migrated one part to the other part. So, in fact, archaeology, digital archaeology, talks not about cultural loss, but it's about cultural rivalry. Recovery. In fact, so the genealogy of the times are also traced very carefully. In fact, but the paradox is that today we are living in a digital age with a TikTok, with Instagram, with Twitter, and other things. We are helping the younger generations. In fact, you're virtually at home. 67% of the second generation actually they speak all the Indian languages, staying in America or Europe, and they see most of the time Indian news. In fact, so what I want to say is that the digital paradox has totally assimilated in a transnational atmosphere, and the previous generation was not able to do that. So my third revelation is that historical memory is a venture capital, because most of the diasporians are 7% of them are IT company founders, 9% of them are physicians or doctors, 13% have started their entrepreneurial business like Pichai and other people are there. Lots of women are also there, in fact. And what they concentrate more is education. Education is how they are becoming very successful, in fact. So it's not all about crossing borders geographically, culturally, or intellectually. In fact, they are going where opportunity lies. In fact, they are looking at the inside perspective of themselves to give it to the outside world, in fact. So historical consciousness, when we talk about diaspora, it's not a cultural baggage. In fact, it's a down-earth economic integration. And if we have venture capital, we are on the competitive advantage. That's what the diasporians have succeeded, in fact. But when we talk about Gulf migration, it's a sad story. In fact, many of the migrants are suffering very much, in fact. Although they have given, Kerala has contributed more than 92% of the national revenue. See, a lot of women are going there as nurses. In fact, they're staying there for 20 years, 30 years. But at what cost? She has been helping her brother's marriage, her children's private schooling, her mother-in-law's medical expenses, her husband's entrepreneurial this thing. She built a new house and many other things. When she comes back, she's not recognized. After 30 years, people say that you are a waste. In fact, she comes in the retirement age where the husband is already deeply engrossed in his business. And her mother-in-law says, criticizes, you are fit for nothing. You just went outside to earn money. Money is nothing. So this is how you find 99% of women's labor remains undocumented, especially in the diaspora context, in fact. So what I am telling is that for our Indian nationals, we have to develop a special relationship, a special resilience. We have to engage, we have to explain, we have to negotiate, build networks through the long journey. And that's what many of them are coming back because of the megalomaniac Trump's harassment, in fact. But they are succeeding in transferring their knowledge, transferring their financial system. So India should not consider the diaspora as ATMs. They should take them as financially, socially inclusive, and they should give them all sorts of infrastructures of what is needed. I do understand there is now a serious bickering between the Dalit engineers and the high caste hierarchy in the Silicon Valley of San Francisco. But that is their professional rivalry, in fact. So when I'm talking about diaspora, a lot of walls we are building. In fact, building walls, especially in a hurricane, in a typhoon time, that's not good. We are facing a lot of pandemic problems, xenophobic problems, frozen cultures, and the rigid boundaries that we have. So we have to appreciate the diversity of the diasporas, because diversity is embracing one another's uniqueness. That's what the Gulf people say. I'm living in a labor camp. I'm working 12 hours a day. I'm earning only $400 monthly. I cannot become a citizen. My family is separated, and my passport is being confiscated in the kafala system, and so on. So those people are under the extraction elimination. Extraction, there is no exchange. There is no exchange of culture and ideas when you see the 8.5 million Gulf Indian population. In fact, but financial flow is the largest flow from the Gulf nations. So the future is belongs to those who prepare for it. What does diaspora means for us? In fact, we have to correct the economic displacement not only of our citizens but also of the diasporians who is embracing multiculturalism and multiple economic development. So I want to see that a strategic plan should be devised to the preservation of these people. In fact, historical consciousness and memorizing what they did are not lessons of history for us. They should continue for posterity. They are standing in difficult times. We should also give them a big hand because they are treating our cultural identity from a distant off land. We should leverage it as an economic resource, in fact. So the government of India has to fund the diaspora heritage centers, integrate them in their national curricula, especially the diaspora. There is no national curricula on diaspora. Who is talking about Gulf migrants or Caribbean diaspora Indians? Nobody. There is no curriculum. Found in history school books and also in the colleges. Only we are doing research on this particular area. So what I feel is that there should be some kind of program that we are bridging the corners of the fractured world. We women are the keepers, women are the memory, the culture transmitters, in fact, the silent architects of the family success. And we need to talk to them more vibrantly because the future belongs to women who can bridge the worlds from multiple identities with confidence and transform the challenges into opportunities, in fact. So what I want to say is that to these girls today, you have to learn from the strategic remembering of the diaspora. They are not coolies; they are human beings. In fact, they have not migrated. They have migrated to bring innovation capital. They are not marginalized, or they are not a hybrid. They are something very genuine, like a star, a constellation. In fact, these communities are a piece of our continent. They are living in an archipelago, in fact, where nothing respects human beings. The memory of trauma, that is what they are facing. But in spite of their memory of trauma, of separating from their families, they are building their capital, rebuilding their capital. And what is their job description? The diaspora, they have to be technologically affluent. They have to be industrial oriented. They have to be culturally disseminated. So they are crossing borders from different areas. Now the students are finding a way to New Zealand, to Australia, to some of the Gulf countries, to some of the Scandinavian and other European countries, because this megalomaniac has stopped access to Canada and the USA, especially Trump. So remember, the African diaspora says it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village. So we all citizens, we desperately have to respond to what does belong to us, and especially for a girl from Vijayawada, whether you are at home, whether you are isolated, you have to embrace some kind of ambition, some kind of creative ambition, because you are so potentially benefited from the digital accessories like TikTok, Instagram, so many fields that you have, so that you can connect to the roots, in fact, whether they are in America or whether they are in other parts of the nation. So I should only conclude by saying that all citizens should stay deep-rooted unless we don't do much, unless we do more research. And I pray that archives should also be developed in this area so that you can influence the diasporic culture elsewhere and also understand that truth alone triumphs. In fact, your truth alone will cross journeys from one continent to the other continent. I'm sure many of the students also will go abroad tomorrow. You also will be diasporians, in fact, and your brain drain should not be dead. Your brain drain should start doing something very, very viable and imagining something that you can cross the difficulties of our economy and the difficult political, economic and social setup also, and the difficulties from your families. In fact, you see, So everything is an historical nightmare at the same time. It's a consciousness, in fact. So today you find Caribbean Hindus are, embracing Hindu religion. They are celebrating Diwali. Any other thing, they are eating Gujarati doklas. They are, the rasgullas of Kolkata or whatever it is. So they are embracing soft power, and Prime Minister Modi also has influenced and campaigned across the world about the benefits of soft power, all because that our diaspora should be healthy, peaceful, and continuously get integrated with the rest of the Indians nationally. Yeah, this is my message. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak in a very short manner. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kupram Garu. You started with saying Vasudhaika Kutumbam. It's true, we are moving towards that. We do not know when it was actually coined, but a large number of Vijayawada people, more than thousands of people must have married to several other countries, men and women. It's happening. So, genetic pool, it is contributing. We are all becoming one family. It is happening. And yes, very rightly covered all the, regions in the world where our Indians are, carrying out their business. And he also explained to us the positive things that are happening in various parts of the world with respect to the Indian diaspora and some of the hardships. And he also has rightly pointed out there should be a curriculum on this in the universities to be discussed. There could be a course on diaspora. Autonomous colleges like Stella College, Leena College, we can initiate. The reason why, when Trump has given a challenge to us, the challenge is that we don't anymore give you jobs or, jago bago like our friend from Telangana was telling. We can think and go to the extent. We are not giving our minds to think, what is happening. See, we are allowing all your goods to be dumped into India. What we are doing is we are sending our intellectuals to man certain important positions there. So when you are blocking our intellectuals to take up positions there, why should you allow your products to be sold in this country? So when you start thinking about the kind of commerce that is happening, trade in commerce, so when he is able to say such things, when you are taking money from America, taxation, so things like that. So when it is put as in curriculum, into commerce, into sciences, into arts, we could come up with counter arguments to Trump's challenges. So it's a very good, suggestion that you have made, sir. And also that the kind of contribution that they are making, and the kind of, when we are becoming one Vasudhaika Kutumbam, how we are subliming our caste and religious identities, a good development is taking place. So we should thank Professor Kupram Garu for very, elaborately pondering over variety of issues concerning the diaspora. Thank you very much, sir. With this, we really thank our resource person. Thank you.
It's now our honor. It's an honor to felicitate our sir, Professor, resource person, Dr. G. Koppuram. He's a very illustrious intellectual. He has a vast knowledge in teaching. He has totally about 46 years of teaching in different countries like Kenya, Madagascar, Tanzania, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Rwanda, mostly in African countries. And he has adjudicated about 76 PhDs, and he has a vast experience of teaching. And his areas of specialization include archaeological sciences, human origins, heritage tourism, tourism management, And he has also delivered a number of keynote addresses in various international and national conferences. Sir also has taught several topics of great interest and repute, and he has also edited a number of books, and he is a recipient of many awards, internationally recognized awards he has received. And so, sir, we are very fortunate that you are with us this afternoon. And now it is our duty, our pleasure to honor you, sir. Please come forward. I request our principal, Dr. Sister Iniyasamma, to please come and honor. I also request Supriya, the organizing secretary, to please come up with the as well. Thank you. We will also honor our sister, please. We will also honor our chairperson for this technical session, Dr. Mova Srinivas Reddy, Vice Principal, Head Department of History under Loyola College. So please. Thank you, sister. Now we will continue these technical sessions.
I came here to say a few words of my appreciation for Kopuram sir's great deliberation. Sir, your ideas came as in a flow, sir, and some words have impressed us very much, sir. And women's labor remains undocumented is really great. And we can say that we can look at diaspora as they are the cultural ambassadors, and they need not suffer from trauma. And we know very well that Indian culture is very great now. So they remain there doing a great favor to Indian culture and heritage. We need not look at it in a negative way. And
who is talking about the wife? Who is working at home, taking care of the children?
That's what,
The
yes.
wife only praises the husband.
That's all.
Everybody says, Garu, 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 Garu. It's a male opinion. That's why it said 100%. It's the fact.
Yes. Indian culture and heritage, it will not remain insignificant, sir, because of these great persons. They are intellectuals. They are the intellectual carriers of Indian culture. And he also suggested that we can introduce it in the curriculum. With our principal's permission, in our next viewers meeting, we do think of introducing some selections from diaspora. Thank you.
Thanks, Supriya. Now we'll continue the technical sessions. Sir, you will be. Now, due to constraints of time again, we have a few presentations. We won't be able to give everybody time to present the papers. But so I request Captain Rahulapati Venkaya, Department of History, to please come up the dais. And I request Rajalakshmi Garu, Dr. Rajalakshmi, to please come out of the dais. And I request Dr. P. Janamma, Dr. P. Janama, Department of History from James J. College, Tenali. Also, all of you, please come. Please be seated on the dais. Rajalakshmi garu kuda ravali. And please. And I invite Dr. Satyaveda to please come on to the dais. And I invite Dr. Madhav Gupta to please come on to the dais. He'll be the reporter for this session. Please be seated, ma'am. Again, I request, sir, my honorable members, to please take about 5 minutes for presentation. Because we have another technical session in which we have all the pages. Yes? Thank you.
So almost all the people who are seated on the dais are known to me for a very long time. Nor Venkaya garu, Dr. Rajalakshmi garu, myself, we are products of Hyderabad Central University. We all did our MA and PhD and PhD from Hyderabad Central University. And Satyavedam garu was with me in Loyola College. He was teaching economics and myself in history. So only today I happened to have interacted with Gupta sir. We have been seeing each other, but I had interaction first time. So all of them have come with good papers, and I will not be giving any introduction. Already to 2 papers I made introduction, one with Myanmar and another. So now in this session we have these 4 people who will be presenting papers, and Gupta sir will be acting as a rapporteur in this session. So now may I request Captain Rahul Pati Venkaya garu, who is serving as the faculty member in Department of History at MOVA. My surname is MOVA, but he is working in village. So he is working in VSR Government Degree College, PG College, MOVA, Krishna district, and he will be giving his paper on migration, memory and identity, diaspora, communities in historical perspective, a case study of Burma, Myanmar. Yeah. So after the presentation of our 4 presenters, 4 into 5, 20 minutes, and we'll break for tea. After that, and we'll have another technical session. Professor Adapa Satyanarayana has made a lot of contribution on the aspects of, Burma, Myanmar, and another Chitti Babu from Jawaharlal University also studied. So may I request now Captain Rahul Pati Venkaya garu to make his presentation.
Myself is Rahul Pati Venkaya, working in the government college, MOVA, Krishna district, sir. My topic is migrations, memory, identity, diasporic communities in historical perspective. As a part of this paper, I am going to read out, first of all, historical patterns of migration to Burma. The history of migration to Burma, Myanmar, reveals a layered and evolving process shaped by the regional connectivity, colonial intervention, and post-independence political change. Examining these patterns across pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial crises allows for a historically grounded undertaking of how diasporic communities were formed, transformed, and remembered. Migration to Burma was never a singular or uniform phenomenon. Rather, it reflected shifting political economics, power structures, and social relations over time. Pre-colonial mobility. Before the advent of European colonial rule, Burma was deeply embedded within a regional network of trade, pilgrimage, and cultural exchange that linked South Asia, Southeast Asia, and East Asia. Its geographical position connecting the Indian subcontinent with China and maintained Southeast Asia made it a vital crossroads for the movement of people, goods and ideas, merchants, monks, artisans, and scholars traversed forests of frontiers, contributing to economic exchange and cultural interaction. Maritime trade routes along the Bay of Bengal connected coastal Burma with the ports in eastern India, Sri Lanka, and Southeast Asia, facilitating the circulation of textiles, spices, precious metals, and religious texts. Buddhist and monastic networks encouraged mobility among monks and pilgrims, reinforcing cultural and religious ties across regions. These movements were generally seasonal and cyclical rather than permanent, yet they established the patterns of contract and settlements that laid the groundwork for later migrations. Pre-colonial mobility was largely shaped by regional political systems and ecological conditions rather than centralized state control. Migration during this period was flexible and adaptive, with identities often defined by locality, occupation, and religious affiliation rather than rigid national categories. This historical context is important as it demonstrates that migration to Burma long predated colonial intervention and was an integral part of the region's social and economic life. Sir, from 1880 to 1947, Burma was under the control of the British. From 1880 to 1937, it was part of British India, and from 1937 onwards, it was under the Crown Colony. It is called, Burma was called as a Crown Colony. Up to 1948, it was under the British government, and 1948, January 1st, Burma got independence from the British government. Then I'm going to conclusion due to time factor. Conclusion, diasporic communities connected to Burma, Myanmar are the products of long and complex historical process of migration shaped by memory, identity, and power across generations. This study has demonstrated that the diaspora can't be adequately understood as a purely contemporary or social phenomena. Rather, it must be situated within the deeper historical trajectories that link movement, displacement, settlements, and belonging over time. The Burmese case clearly illustrates how diaspora emerged through colonial labor regimes, imperial economic structure, and post-independence nationalistic politics, producing enduring forms of diasporic consciousness by tracing migration to and from Burma across pre-colonial, colonial, post-colonial phases. The article has highlighted the historically contingent nature of diaspora. Colonial rule integrated Burma into global capitalist networks, facilitating large-scale migration while simultaneously imposing racial and occupational hierarchies that shaped social relations and identity formation. These imperial structures not only enabled mobility but also laid the foundations for later exclusion. The transition from empire to nation-state marked a critical rupture, as nationalist policies redefined citizenship and belonging in ways that marginalized communities associated with the colonial era migrations. These political transformations converted settled migrant populations into diasporic communities marked by displacements and loss. A central contribution of this study lies in foregrounding memory as a historical category. Memory has been shown to function not merely as a residue of the past, but as an active process through which diasporic communities preserve identity, interrupt historical experiences, and negotiate belonging in a changing social context. For Burmese diasporic communities, collectively memory preserved connections to a lost homeland while simultaneously recording experiences of exclusion, dispersion, and forced migrations. Through oral stories, family narratives, religious practices, and community institutions, memories of Burma were transmitted across generations, sustaining diasporic identity even in the absence of territorial belonging. So, like this, sir. And one more thing is, many of the Telugu people also went to Burma as to work in the plantations, like rubber plantation, coffee plantation, tea plantations, etc. That's the main. So many Telugu people, surname also became a Burma. For example, if you see the Petnal Param, Sabupalan Kodur, there is one family, Burma, his surname is Burma. Then I asked, he's my classmate. I asked him, why your name is Burma? It is a country name. Then he told me that his grandfather went to Burma and worked in the rubber plantation. So surname also became the country name, Burma. So this makes
as we were organizing the Andhra Pradesh District Congress in the first week of January, there was a phone call from Hyderabad saying that there is a seminar being organized at the Book Festival at Hyderabad, wherein there is a separate session on Burmese diaspora. So actually, I tried to invite those people to AP Congress for a session, but already right schedules are there, so we could not. So large number of people from Godavari districts across from Srikakulam to large number of people migrate to Rangoon. Large number of tiled houses in the villages. They are with Burma on account of our and the detailed study was done by Arma Satyanarayana, very pathetic kind of life that Telugu people led. I was explaining to how our people are thrown from agrarian distress. They came back, they purchased from land, and they all that stories well documented. Not only from your village, but from I'm sorry, I was reading in the morning about the papers that are there in this session. It was Janamma from the VSR College, Janari, who is going to present a paper, JMJ College, Janari. She is going to present a paper on the diasporic people at from diasporics networks. I just no, she's my state. You know her name? So historical migration, cultural identity, and the role of institutional advocacy, the Telugu diaspora in Sri Lanka. She has given her paper, and maybe the paucity of time she is not. The paper is deemed to be read. Yeah, tomorrow. Now, may I request our Rajalakshmi Madam Garu to present a paper on the role of Indian Cultural Festival in heritage preservation. He is from Government Degree College, Avanigata. So, Dr. D. Rajalakshmi Garu.
Good afternoon, everybody. Management of the Stella College, principal and organizers of this 2 days conference, and resource persons, and the paper presenters and students, research scholars. Good afternoon to everybody. I'm Dr. D. Rajalakshmi, lecturer in history, Government Degree College, Avangada. So, I would like to present my paper on the role of Indian cultural festivals in heritage preservation. So, it is a time to discuss about at this hour how to protect our cultural heritage and how to preserve in this juncture of this diasporic atmosphere or diasporic identities. So, in this effort, I would like to take a few of my points regarding the role of Indian cultural festivals in heritage preservation. This paper contains the significance of cultural festivals and heritage preservation and the analyzation of their socio-economic and educational impacts, and highlights the challenges involved in maintaining the authenticity of these heritage, and it also discussed the strategies for sustainable festival management to ensure long-term cultural heritage conservation. So, Culture represents the identity of society, reflecting its history, values, customs, and way of life. Heritage encompassing both tangible elements such as monuments, artifacts, and architecture, and intangible elements such as festivals, rituals, music, dance, and oral traditions, forms of the basis of culture continuity. The cultural festivals are periodic celebrations that embody a community's heritage and collective identity. So, in recent times, the rapid growth of the urbanization and technological advancement, the cultural hegemonization have posed significant threats to traditional practices. So, many indigenous art forms are and customs are gradually disseminating and diluting. So, at this time, it is our duty to protect our heritage sites and preserve them to carry on our generations. So, in this study, the main objectives of my study are to understand the concept of cultural festivals and heritage preservation, and to examine the role of cultural festivals in preserving tangible and intangible heritage, and to analyze the social, economic, and educational impacts of our cultural festivals, and identify the challenges faced by the maintaining the authenticity, and to suggest the strategies. So, in this paper, I have tried to give some of the our Indian cultural festivals like Pongal in Tamil Nadu, and at the same time in Andhra Sankranti, Onam in Kerala, Durga Puja at West Bengal, and Baisakhi Punjab, and Navaratri and Garba at Gujarat state, and Hornbilly Festival at Nagaland. These are some of our cultural festivals throughout India which are celebrated, and I would like to give the significance of these Indian festivals in heritage conservation. Are Indian cultural festivals act as a living classrooms where traditions are actively practiced rather than archived. They facilitate the transmission of indigenous knowledge, strengthen social bonds, and promote respect for cultural diversity. So, moreover, festivals like Durga Puja, Onam, and the Hornbilly Festival contribute significantly to cultural tourism, creating economic opportunities while ensuring cultural visibility on national and global platforms. So, with this, and I would like to give the role of cultural festivals in heritage preservation. The cultural festivals act as a living museums where traditions are performed rather than merely displayed, and then they help preserve folk music, dance, customs, traditional music, and ritual practices that may and otherwise disappear. So then festivals encourage community participation, ensuring the cultural knowledge is passed from elder to younger generation throughout the generations. So with this, I would like to give a few of the impacts of social and economic and educational impacts of these festivals. Like if you look at the social impact, the strengthening of social coherence. Cultural festivals create shared experience that unite people across and age groups, gender, caste, religion, and socio-economic backgrounds. This inclusiveness fosters harmony and communal solidarity. And then the preservation of heritage sites or identity. Festivals help communities safeguard traditional customs, folk arts, rituals, and local knowledge systems. And then intergenerational exchange. Elder members pass down their stories or their memories, rituals, and values to the younger generation, ensuring cultural traditions and enhanced social participation and promoting social well-being also. And if you look at the economic impact of these ritual cultures, and they boosts the local economy. Like festivals attract domestic and international visitors who spend on food, accommodation, travel, and local goods, increasing economic activity and employment generation also. Events create temporary and seasonal jobs through these cultural festivals and opportunities for MSMEs and artisans. The local entrepreneurs and craftsmen, handloom workers, they will get the income through these cultural festivals, and infrastructure also may develop through these cultural festivals, and promotion of the cultural tourism also one of the event through these cultural festivals. And if you look at the educational impact of these cultural festivals, learning through the experience. Festivals act as a classroom where students learn through observation, participation, and interaction, enhancing their understanding of culture and society. And then skill development also they will have. Students involved in organizing and participating in such type of festivals develop the valuable skills such as the teamwork, leadership, and the communication, creativity, and event management. Also, one of the skill learned by the students through this cultural festivals, and promotion of the cultural literacy and opportunities for academic integration and value education. Also, one of the educational impact of such the values of the culture. And the challenges also we have to mention. I'll just give the challenges facing the cultural festivals. Despite their importance, cultural festivals face several challenges of the commercialization and the tourism pressures, often lead to the modification and traditional practices to suit the audience preferences. These are the few of the challenges faced by the cultural festivals. And here are the strategies for the sustainable festival management. There are environmental sustainability and economic sustainability and social sustainability and sustainability food practices, energy and resource efficiency, monitoring and evaluation, and awareness and education of the policy and the compliance. These are the some of the sustainable practices of the cultural festivals. And lastly, conclusions of this paper. Cultural festivals play a crucial role in preserving and promoting heritage by keeping traditions alive and relevant in contemporary society. They act as bridges between the past and the present, ensuring the transmission of cultural knowledge across generations. While festivals contribute significantly to social coherence, economic development, and education, they also face challenges related to commercialization and globalization. Sustainable management and community involvement are essential to maintain their authenticity and cultural significance. By protecting and promoting cultural festivals, societies can ensure the preservation of their rich and diverse heritage for future generations. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you, Madam. She has make a well demarcations of heritage, tangible, intangible, and coming to the cultural, aspects, how culture preserves and how culture is not just an archival, but in the live museums, and the way the strategies, the benefits, and all that, they well organized paper, although not directly, related diasporic, but it's an important analysis on the cultural aspects. And we congratulate her. Now, may I request Dr. Satyavedam Garu of the Maristella College, Department of Economics, to present a paper on economic contributions of diasporic communities, remittances, development, and transactional growth, an important aspect of diaspora.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Dr. L. Satyavedam, HOD, Department of Economics. Now I am going to present a seminar paper on role of diaspora communities in economic development. My entire paper is focusing on the three important concepts. They are globalization, remittance, and innovations. How this diaspora is useful to globalize our goods and services, how we can send these goods and services, how we can get the income from that. And the second point is remittance. It means those people, our country people are went to outside and they are sending their surplus money after they are using for their domestic purpose. And what that money is sent back to the country is called as a remittance. And the last one is a innovation. So in economics, the one of the author is there. His name is called as a Schumpeter. He said one thing, that is innovation can give you more profits to anyone. So my paper is basically focusing on these three concepts. Now I would like to tell how these diaspora communities are develops the globalization with the globalization, how they are developed. So when there is a connection between any country which is related to the economical aspects, then the people can share their goods and services to the rest of the world. The international trade is actually started because all the countries are not sufficient in production of all the commodities. So that every country should be depends upon other countries for the scarcity of the resources, which are not available cheap in their countries. So the classical economists are focusing on how we can get the resources or the remittance from the other countries through the exporting of a goods and services to the other countries. Nowadays, the countries can get the more incomes through the globalization. What is meant by the globalization? The globalization means connecting the various economies with the world. It means, for example, if we take the Indian economy, so we can send our products, which are the products are cheaper in our country, and we can send these products to the other countries, and we can get some remuneration that is called as a foreign exchange reserves. So these foreign exchange reserves are useful for the repayment of a public debt of our country. And the next one we can be focused on a remittance. So we all of us know about it. Our country is one of the characteristics that is called as a capital scarcity. So when the capital scarcity we can get through the foreign direct investment, but remittance is not a repayment. Our people are sending to our country. So with the using of these remittance, we can increase the capital formation in our country, and we can reach the development also. And the innovation. So the products what we are innovate the new things in our country that we can be sent to the outside and we can get the foreign exchange reserves. So these can be possible only because of a diaspora communities only. So the people can be sent, they can be sent the less amount, what are the surplus to them, they can send. With that, the families, those who are located in our country, we can enjoy the better life conditions. And at the same time, we can get the development also with the using of these monies. The families are developed and training facilities we can be get. And the policies which are taken by the government is also useful for the overall development of our economy. So my objectives are focusing on welfare, promotion of welfare and reduction of the poverty. This is the main basic objective I took for this seminar paper. So these are the main problems actually we are facing now. The poverty eradication is not possible within a short span of a time. So we can utilize the remittance money which is sent by the diaspora people, those who went outside. And the entrepreneurship and the transformation of your knowledge from the other countries. So sometimes we may be well pledged in your knowledge, but in some cases we may not be well pledged in knowledge. So then we can be borrow the knowledge from the other countries. For example, if we take industrialization, actually we can be observed it is started in a Britain. For example, if we take a green revolution, we are enjoying now. Now our country is a food sufficient country. Buffer stocks in our country. At the time of 1947, we are facing the problem of a food scarcity. But with the using of a Mexican miracle seeds, now we are enjoying the green revolution and we are enjoying the buffer stocks in the economy. So these diaspora communities, these because of these, we can get the knowledge and we can get the some of the financial resources and we can develop with the using of these diaspora communities. Thank you.
Madhav has very successfully tried to focus on the economic contributions of the diasporic communities. He explained, defined about the remittance and how international foreign remittance can work, can give solutions to the poverty, and also for the capital investment for development and industrialization and other aspects. So thank you, Madam, for your good presentation. Now we will break for tea. Now, may I request Dr. Gupta Garu to make his presentation, rapporteur's presentation.
So good afternoon to everyone. So in the session, first of all, we want to thank Dr. Kopuram sir as he came all the way from Rwanda, Central Africa. So we are all pleased to hear such a scholarly information from Dr. Kopuram sir. He touched almost all aspects of diaspora. So in mathematics language, it's a 360 degrees analytical lecture, sir. So, and he's just one of the best points is we should not see diaspora as just ATM machines or the generation of money, but as the ambassadors of our culture and our heritage. So thank you so much for your lecture, sir. Next, the first paper was presented by Capt. So from the Government Degree College in Moa on migration, memory and identity. So a case study on diasporic communities in Burma. He touched various aspects like pre-colonial mobility of Indians to Burma as traders, monks, and pilgrims. His study focuses on deeper analytical and historical migration of Indians to Burma that focus on Telugu people. So recently, many YouTubers are also showing how our Telugu people are living their lives in Burma. So how pathetic they are living, and in some cases they are well versed. They're settled in the government sector like that. So thank you for your paper, sir. Next paper was presented by Dr. T. Rajalakshmi ma'am from Government Degree College, Avanigadda. So she presented her paper on the role of Indian cultural festivals in heritage preservation. She highlighted how our Indian cultural festivals can act as ambassadors of our Indian heritage. She stressed how we need to protect our tangible and intangible heritage by using our cultural festivals like Pongal and Sankranti. So we can generate revenue, as well as she has utilized beautiful words like living classrooms, living museums for the preservation of our culture. Thank you for your lecture, ma'am. Recently, even our history department from the Stella College, under the guidance of Dr. Beulah, ma'am. So we have we have sent a mini project proposal to ICSSR exactly on the same topic, how we can utilize our culture, so our heritage for the revenue generation to make this Andhra Pradesh as Viksit Andhra Pradesh. So yes, ma'am, I think so. Yes, next paper was provided and given by Dr. Sachvedam ma'am, and her paper on the economic contribution of diasporic communities. Her paper focused on three primary objectives like globalization, remittances, and innovation. She highlighted how remittances from our diaspora are able to reduce fiscal deficit of a country, and using globalization for the expansion of foreign trade. It analyzes innovation for the foreign exchange generation. Thank you so much for all of you for presenting your papers. So thank you all of you, ma'am. So next, last thing I want to say is Dr. Moss Reddy, sir. He's like a stalwart of history. So whatever we want, whatever information we want, he's like a walking historical library. So yes, thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Now we'll quickly break for tea break, 15 minutes, and we come back. We have a few presentations, please.
Sir, presentations MSc IT దాని పంపన్నా
సార్
PPT మామూలుగా పొద్దున ఎలా పంపారు ఇదిగా ఉంది రేపు చేసుకుందాం
వేదాలు పఠించి పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా నాలుగు వేదాలు పఠించి మూడు మూడు వేయగా మన పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా నాలుగు వేదాలు పఠించి మూడు మూడు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటే కళ్యాణం. పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా నాలుగు వేదాలు పఠించి మూడు మూడు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటే కళ్యాణం. పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా నాలుగు వేదాలు పఠించి మూడు మూడు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటే కళ్యాణం. పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా నాలుగు వేదాలు పఠించి మూడు మూడు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటే కళ్యాణం.
ఆడేస్తున్నారు ఇక్కడ ఎవరు చూడండి ఆడేస్తున్నారు ఆడ చూడటానికి కూడా ఎవరు లేరు అన్ని చూసి బయటకు ఇప్పుడు యాడ్ వస్తుంది ఫోటో తీస్తాను చూడండి
పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా
ఇద్దరు సార్ ఎవరు లేరు ఎన్ని అడిగారో చేసాము అసలు ఎవరు పట్టించుకోలేదు ఫోటో తీస్తాను చూడండి లైవ్ లో అందరూ చూపిస్తున్నాను ఇప్పుడు ఎవరు లేరు
పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా 4 వేదాలు పఠించి 3 ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యి కళ్యాణం
అలా పెట్టి వదిలేశారు అంతే ఫోటో తీసుకుంటున్నా ఫోటో తీసుకుంటున్నా లేదు ఇప్పుడు అప్పుడు ఎవరు లేరు ఇక్కడ వాళ్ళందరూ టీ బ్రేక్ అప్పుడే వేయట్లేదు అంతే వాళ్ళు ఉన్నప్పుడు వేయట్లేదు వాళ్ళందరూ బయటకు వెళ్ళిపోయారు మళ్ళీ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ వస్తారు అప్పుడు ఇది ఆపేస్తారు వాళ్ళు కాన్ఫరెన్స్ లైవ్ చూస్తారు కదా అంతే సరే
పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా 4 వేదాలు పఠించి 3 ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యి కళ్యాణం పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా
యాడ్ ఎవరు లేకుండా
పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా
కాన్ఫరెన్స్ లోకి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు స్టూడెంట్ కదా మేడం వెళ్తుంది మా కూడా స్టూడెంట్ ఒకసారి
సాక్షిగా 4 వేదాలు పఠించి 3 ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యి కళ్యాణం పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా 4 వేదాలు పఠించి 3 ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యి కళ్యాణం పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా 4 వేదాలు పఠించి 3 ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యి కళ్యాణం పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా 4 వేదాలు పఠించి 3 ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యి కళ్యాణం పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా 4 వేదాలు పఠించి 3 ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యి కళ్యాణం పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా 4 వేదాలు పఠించి 3 ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యి కళ్యాణం
మీరందరూ ముందు వచ్చి కూర్చోాలి క్యూలో వస్తే కూర్చున్నాను అందరూ వచ్చేసేయండి.
పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా 4 వేదాలు పఠించి 3 ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యే కళ్యాణం.
జిఆర్టీ జ్యువెల్లర్స్ సమర్పిస్తుంది గోల్డ్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ మేళా. పాత బంగారు ఆభరణాల ఎక్స్చేంజ్ పై గ్రాముకు 150 రూపాయలు అదనంగా పొందండి. జిఆర్టీ జ్యువెల్లర్స్ శుభ ఆరంభానికి ప్రారంభం.
పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా 4 వేదాలు పఠించి 3 ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యే కళ్యాణం.
జిఆర్టీ జ్యువెల్లర్స్ సమర్పిస్తుంది గోల్డ్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ మేళా. పాత బంగారు ఆభరణాల ఎక్స్చేంజ్ పై గ్రాముకు 150 రూపాయలు అదనంగా పొందండి. జిఆర్టీ జ్యువెల్లర్స్ శుభ ఆరంభానికి ప్రారంభం.
పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా 4 వేదాలు పఠించి 3 ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యే కళ్యాణం.
జిఆర్టీ జ్యువెల్లర్స్ సమర్పిస్తుంది గోల్డ్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ మేళా. పాత బంగారు ఆభరణాల ఎక్స్చేంజ్ పై గ్రాముకు 150 రూపాయలు అదనంగా పొందండి. జిఆర్టీ జ్యువెల్లర్స్ శుభ ఆరంభానికి ప్రారంభం.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we have come to the final session of today. That's a technical session 3, in which we have only paper presentations. And so to chair this session, I invite Dr. S. Farhad, Associate Professor, Department of English, KLEF, Vadlamudi, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh. Please, ma'am, please come on the dais. We welcome man with a sapling. Now I invite the resource persons for this, the paper presenters for this session to please come out to dais. I invite Professor B. Muralidhar, SP University, to please come out to dais. I invite William Carey Gade to please come on to the dais. Now the Venkata Sai Sri Durga, Sri Lakshmi. Okay. I invite Lydia to come on to the dais. I invite Dr. B. Kalyani to please come on to the dais. And I invite Dr. Madhav to come on the dais to write the report rapporteur, please. Now I hand over the mic to Dr. Asha to please get through this session. Thank you so much.
Greetings of the day, Lord. I thank the organizers first for providing me this wonderful opportunity. So far all the sessions that we have done have essentially dealt with the theme and the rapport that the title of the conference read. And I hope the presenters today on the days will continue with the same spirit, and hence your papers will be aligned with the proper alignment with the theme of the conference. So in this regard, I invite Professor S. Murali sir, Head of the Department Political Science, SV University, to give his presentations.
Thanks a lot for the invite, and greetings and best wishes to the Stella College for organizing this particular two-day national conference on bridging borders, reimagining futures, diasporic identity, integration and innovation in an era of global transformation. And let me thank the chairperson and my other co-presenters, principals, the organizing committee, colleagues from this department and other colleges, 4 young student friends. At least for this session, you are 4. And that shows the kind of importance which we are doing. Guys, let me tell you, I don't want to talk about the theoretical side. And all from morning I have listened to that. Let me talk about the practical side. Because I was in Canada for 10 days, from December 10th to December 20th, from December 20th to January 15th, me and my wife, who is also a professor in biosciences from Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya. We were in US, Los Angeles, San Jose, Texas, and Houston. Friends, we have been giving only one second, because I am a student of political science and public administration. I know how things go on and going on also. No doubt, the Indian diaspora has contributed a lot for the development of those countries which they were staying and not in. The reason is, there are 2 extreme sites which I have seen. I have visited totally 18 countries so far, right from 1997 till now. And Beulah happens to be my best friend. Her husband is my tennis partner for more than 50 years. It was just surprising for you. Yes, we both played right from our school level till last year. So friends, let me tell you, on one side we have been contributing, on the other side, especially this present year, have brought a negative impact on the diaspora India. Because I was in US 6 times, not once or twice. The first time was in 2007 when I was American Fulbright Scholar. Then my wife was a UGC DBT Young Scientist Scholar, 2007-8. I was there for 55 days, she was there for 1 year. The second visit was 2013-14. She was Indo-US Fulbright Scholar. We shifted the whole family from Tirupati to UC Davis. whole family for 1 year. What, let me tell you, by the time from 2007 to 2013, the attitude of the local Americans have completely changed against Indians because we went too far. In the name of culture, in the name of religion, in the name of all these things. It looks very sad. One local American was asking me, why you are polluting our country during this Diwali time? You can celebrate, but not. Let me give you only one example. When the Trump came and was talking to more than 1,000 students in my SV University's auditorium, they were asking, sir, what the Trump did was correct. I, as a person, may not accept, but as a student of administration, I accept because we went overboard. The problem comes from the Indians, the second are the Brazilians, the third are the Colombians, the fourth are the Mexicans, the fifth are the Chinese. It cuts the sorry state of affairs. Most of you are sitting here, you may not knowing what's happening, especially this present gen of students from 2020, caste, community, religion, fake certificates, commenting on their culture, their dressing sense. What will you consider? Because I'm a school, my specialty is international relations and foreign policy. I've seen many consulates. They come, they go quietly. The Americans come, the British come, the Canadian comes, they never interfere. But whereas we do a lot of hangama, show work, is it that much necessary? Then I asked only one question to my students. I am your teacher, okay, you may accept me. But your children may ask, why this guy is behaving like this? Who is he? My teacher kada. Daddy, I'm your teacher. మాకు కాదు మన ఇంటికి వచ్చినప్పుడు కొంచెం జాగ్రత్తగా ఉండమని చెప్పండి అని చెప్పించుకునే స్టేజ్కి వచ్చేస్తాం. The first trip was in Korea, 1997, immediately followed by Malaysia within 1 week. When I entered, then all the Indians stand in a different queue. Passports. The reason was there was a lot of cheating going on by the Indians. I, as a teacher at the time, felt very miserable. I could have to stand. But this is being done. There's a lot of politics in this country, driving us to go out. When you go out, behave as not like you are in India, but there. You can project your culture, but it doesn't cross a limit. There is a border for everything. That's where we have crossed. We are not bridging the borders, especially in the Indian system. People are saying we do all these festivals on the roads. And one useless fellow, film actor, let me not name him because one can't see the fellow started from Texas and 20 to 30 cars followed him and there was a traffic jam. The next, it happened only a few months back. Don't think it happened in the 1990s. Yes, a few months back, the governor of Texas passed, because my daughter works in Texas. She was saying, within 1 day, the governor has given a circular, no more rallies by the Indians. Let's be very careful, guys. That's why I tell my students, be careful. You are behaving as if you can do anything in SV University and get out with the same attitude in other countries. That cannot be. That cannot be, will not be. Because I am a foreigner for them. That concept, that mindset, I should always keep in mind. And if you don't do that, the Indian diaspora will be at big loss. I can show you n number of videos where the first generation was very good, the second generation okay, the third and the fourth generation are spoiled. బాగా చెప్పేశారండి మన పేరుని. ఇండియన్స్ అంటే భయపడి వస్తున్నారు దొంగ సర్టిఫికెట్ మెయిన్గా. ఎందుకంటే అది నాకు అలవాటు అయిపోయింది యూనివర్సిటీస్లో చేసి. కొన్ని చాలా అరుగులు కొంటే చెప్పాలంటే చెప్పుకుంటూ మొదటే చెప్తున్నాను కదా. Because I am a student of international relations. I can talk this. So what you said is correct, but on the other side, most of you did not touch these points. నేను అందుకనే చెప్తుంటాను, నేను తప్పు చేస్తే మీరందరూ సఫర్ అవుతారు, అది గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. నేనేమనుకుంటే నేను తప్పు చేస్తే సరిపోవచ్చు అనుకుంటున్నాను, బట్ దట్ కెనాట్. So these are the very sensitive things, and the topic is the right choice, not for the praising that God is saying all these things. You need not do hangama on the roads. Roads are meant for people to travel, not for you to bath, not for you to litter and all those things, what we do normally here. What kind of image you have? This things you are going to send, signals you are going to send to the local public. Local public will always blame, because my sons may not accept what my teachers are doing. That's a simple thing. Our logic is why we are missing that logic. Sitting somewhere in the AC rooms and talking that everything is good, and that leaders will come and say that we are seeing all those things on paper, and I don't believe the papers, because we can produce the fake news very easily. The GDP growth rate is 4%, we produce it as 6%. That's not difference. That's why I'm telling you, especially the younger generation, చదవండి, నేను చెప్పింది కరెక్ట్ అని నేను ఎప్పుడు చెప్పను. Keep 5% of your mind, keep 5% of your mind open, so that what we all tell and what you have listened, what you have read, to make a comparison, and then finally decide what is correct or not. But one final thing, let me tell you friends, be careful, be careful. This one, look at it, చాలా ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఉందని చెప్తున్నాను. I have 36 years of service as a teacher, 18 countries, and out of that 6 times I visited US. So let's not take things for granted. And thanks to Beulah, especially, I was in Canada when she said this is going to be come, and tomorrow I have a conference in the CPI. CPI all పిలిచారండి. So thereby said only ఇక్కడ నాకు jet lag lucky రాలేదు. I landed only on 17th morning, 19th I have to report for the duty, and the 22nd I have to be here, 23rd I have to be here, and 24th I will be going back. So thanks to the management of Stella for giving me an opportunity to share my views. There's a lot to be said, because there's a practical side. That's what I'm telling you. What I don't want to read about the books and all those things. Anyone, you can do that. Thank you very much, and thanks to the chairperson for me. You could stand for 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, thanks.
So thank you, sir. Your words are not just words; they are the experiences, and you have given a wider definition, wider and a broader definition of what diaspora and other side may be, because of your shown experiences here, and your experience have really added meaning to the conference theme and its name. And before I go to
Exactly. In fact, it is the mistake of the government. Why the government is supporting soft power? Why the government is promoting soft power and saying, no, our culture is being spread across the oceans, we are building bridges and other things. When you can't understand what the locals are doing in that area, especially India, what is the necessity of diaspora? So here, right, point is also be
ఇది మనకి యాజిటేజ్ రాదా ఇక్కడ మనకి
If he talks rubbish. He starts with the word F. Always. He should write about the right one. Obviously, he did not just speak very badly but with Jayashankar and other people and all. Vulgarly, he spoke because our Indians have such a bad you know, I just want to say for everybody, both of your parents, and the subject of being in the US as green card holders, Trump has The levy $30,000 every 6 months you have to pay. For green card holders. Green card holders 30, yes, he released it. So fellows are just trembling. That means within 10 years how much they will be paid. So they will run away from that country and come back and settle in some village. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. We need, and this is the time that we need to redefine. So the experiences of diasporic migrant people. Yes, sir. That was welcoming suggestions. Thank you so much. Before I could invite the other presenter, I will humbly request the participants to restrict their presentation to 5 minutes. I invite the William Carey from Center of Women's Studies, Anjani University, research scholar. He will be making his presentation on Beyond Bollywood, South Indian cinema as an instrument of soft power in centralized media economy. Yes, sir. He will be making his presentation.
So good evening, everyone. So maybe the room has heated up for a while for the practical talks. Let me lighten up with coming up with some Bollywood masala stuff to talk with you. So historically, what have been a soft power, where Govindra sir have been saying that maybe I should have spoken earlier so that I couldn't be interrupted by him. So my core argument with my paper is that there is a dominant narrative on the soft power when we take an aspect of cinema which is predominantly dominated by a Mumbai-based Bollywood production house. That's the only things happening. Let me give you one practical anecdote. Have you seen the advertisement for Incredible Bharat, Incredible India? Who is the ambassador? Either it would be Amitabh Bachchan, or it would be Priyanka Chopra, or someone else from the North Hindi belt. There is no representation or some other people coming from a South or from a regional background to represent this incredible India. It's very sad, unfortunately. So moving ahead, I'll be reminding you this, my very core argument that the cultural federalism has to be a what I say is that not reconceptualized, it has to be reignited among the states. Because as you move on with the presentation, that traditionally the Indian soft power has been equated with that Mumbai-based Hindi soft power. What is the shift we see today is the rise of decentralized media. The Telugu, the Kannada, the Malayalam films are now the global players. The Bollywood is no longer, the dominant the narratives of the cultural representation of India. That, for that matter, even the Telugu or the regional cultural representation is no longer a secondary player. The core argument that I propose on this paper is that the cinematic soft power is no longer produced by one national center, but by multiple regional hubs. And moving further, with this soft power paradigm, the Hindi cinema has been a cultural brand ambassador for the diaspora. The gap that I see is that previous scholarships have completely marginalized the regional industries, and domestically, they feel that it's only a domestically oriented or a secondary factor. But in the modern world context, the pan-India cinema, the craze and euphoria for the pan-India movie and the digital platforms are completely reshaping what the film industry today is seeing up. And nextly, I will be next please. I will be dealing this paper with a methodological approach of comparing the qualitative study, taking the textual narrative structures, the global theoretical releases, how the critical reviews and the diasporic audience are responding to the various movies and the films, and the data and the box office and the ticket sales, how the indicators support and that supports the argument. Can you move forward? Yes, this is what I wanted to exactly present you today with my things. The case selection that I took is one is Triple RRR movie directed by Rajmouli, Kantara movie, a Kannada-based hyper-local narrative, ecologically specific, as ma'am has spoken about that, and the Malayalam movie Manjumal Boys 2024, which is a realistic survival thriller directed by Chidambaram 2024. Moving ahead. The first case study that I took is the very purpose is that the global visibility, and thanks to the significant funding and the widespread of marketing for this movie, which has a thematic focus on anti-colonial resistance and historical memory. The impact, you have seen that the diaspora are engaged with the colonial history through the lenses of the resilience. And the second case study is the Kantara movie, which is completely rooted in the Tulunadu through practices of Booth Kola, where primarily it shows the traditional branding, how their own Tulu community has worshipped the Avtara of Kantara, that has attracted and opened up the diplomatic channels, engaging with the wider Kannadiga networks abroad, and that local, hyper-local, and which is realistic, has made a great influence on the people because they see it as very natural, something they were rooted. Where they're rooted, they feel, oh, it's an ancient practice. The deities or the goddess that we have heard from the stories of our grandmothers is what they come to connect when they see the movie at the very first glance. And the third slide that I took, a case study presentation, is the Manjumal Voice, which has grounded the soft power in another dimension that historically what Indian cinema, even South Indian movies criticized, it's all dance and what do you say, hero kills villain and their dance troupe comes and goes. That's not the case with this Manjumal Boys movie. It's a completely realistic survival thriller. In fact, it's a biography story. So this has successfully integrated with the India's linguistic regions, for making an international appeal and attracting the global spectators. And the very takeaway is that internal cultural connection has often preceded that cross-border engagement. So when I talk about these decentralization and power, earlier the distributors, the movie distributor used to be the person who controls the narratives or who promotes the channels for a Hindi movie abroad. But thanks to the OTT platforms these days, it has widened and opened up the global audience. Perhaps you know the RRR movie is widely watched in Japan and the United States, along with the Indian viewership trends. And when you talk about the digital belongings, engaging with the Tiwari work into 2017, the tech-driven networks have allowed the diasporic entrepreneurs to leverage their online influence. And when you talk about this penetration of digital platforms, there comes a point of discussion of inequality, how the global visibility remains because of the capital concentration and the language hierarchies. This is a matter of concern because the completely a narrative is built by a state-sponsored narrative, often a Hindi-dominant narrative framework based in Bombay or some other parts of North Indian Hindi belt. But however, when we look at the shared futures and bridging the borders, this regional cinema fosters a social cohesion and community building. And my policy solution would be somehow there are few institutions, unfortunately, in India, especially I talk about the cultural institutions that look at this regional South Indian cinema as a cultural identity. Because when you look at our thematic focus, the diasporic identity, when you take a cinema, you own it, the identity, it comes from the language that you have. That's what we have widely heard in the morning sessions. But unless your region has a diplomatic channel to make diplomacy, to engage with the diasporic networks abroad, this bridging borders becomes a critical challenge for the government and for the people, because we seeing the other practical aspects and buzzings around this the border conflicts. Perhaps I have more Pakistani friends who watch Hindi movies, and these days they were saying that when we met in an international conference, they say we are watching Telugu-based, Hyderabadi-based movies because it has gained traction. That's what the regional cinemas has done. The widening up the cultural, the cultural channels of diplomatic engagement. But unfortunately, our cultural institutions hasn't studied so far. But I was very thankful to Stella College, because you have come up with this bridging borders and you have accepted this abstract where the regional cinema, especially South cinema, has also been a diplomatic channel. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
I indeed appreciate William Kelly for his efforts that he put on into bringing out a completely different perspective to the theme of the conference. So where from the tyranny of the Bollywood and how during the COVID and post-COVID, the introduction of OTT platforms, how regional films are overtaking Bollywood. That was very insightful. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to invite Jaisri Mishra. Okay, D. Kalyani. D. Kalyani ma'am will give his presentation. Dr. Kalyani, please. Actually, I don't have the paper here.
Respected Chair, good evening everybody. I am Dr. Bandi Kalyani, Department of History, Andhra Loyola College. My paper title is Surviving the Upheaval, Historical Trauma and the Making of Diasporic Identity. Diaspora as a historical phenomena cannot be understood outside the raptures produced by the displacement, conquest, colonial domination, and the political violence. The scattering of communities across borders emerges not from the voluntary movement alone, but from the conditions shaped by historical disruptions that future social continuity and unsettled inherited worlds. Within the context, diaspora represents both separation and the persistence, marked by the tension between the loss of homeland and the enduring attachment to memory, culture, and collective experience. Historical disruptions do not merely relocate populations. They transform social identities, redefine belonging, and imprint long-lasting emotional and cultural consequences. The historical context of disruption anchors identity formation, ensuring that belonging is informed by memory rather than geography alone, and that the past remains an active presence within everyday social life. Understanding the diaspora through the lens of historical disruption also foregrounds survival as a defining the dimension of identity making. Survival in the sense of extends beyond physical endurance to include cultural preservation, moral continuity, and the reconstruction of meaning of after loss. Conceptual framework and historical trauma and collective memory. Historical trauma provides a crucial conceptual lens for understanding how collective memory is formed and sustained within diasporic communities. Trauma, when rooted in large-scale violence, displacement, or prolonged oppression, transcends individual experience and becomes the embedded within shared social consciousness. Such trauma is not confined to a singular historical moment, but persists through narratives, rituals, and silences that transmit meaning across generations. Collective memory emerges through this process as a repository of laws, endurance, and moral reflection, shaping how communities interpret their past and orient themselves in the present. This framework emphasizes that collective memory is neither static nor neutral, but continually reshaped through social interaction and historical consciousness. And displacement and identify formation in diasporic context. Displacement occupies a central position in the formation of diasporic identity, operating as both a historical rapture and a continuing the condition of existence. The experience of forced movement disrupts established social structures, cultural practices, and emotional attachments. Environments displacement is not limited to physical relocation alone. It entails the loss of the homeland, erosion of social networks, and the fragmentation of collective memory. These disruptions reshape identity by producing a heightened awareness of belonging to difference, where the past remains persistently present within the realities of the present. Trauma, survival, and the ethics of remembrance. Trauma occupies a central position in the diasporic experience, not as an isolated wood, but as a shared historical conditions shaped by violence, displacement, and enduring the loss. Such trauma exceeds individual suffering and becomes embedded with the collective consciousness. Reliances and cultural reconstructions. Resilience within the diasporic context significance more than recovery from historical rapture. It represents an active process of cultural reconstruction shaped by memory, loss, and continuity. Following the displacement and trauma, communities do not merely preserve inherited traditions in static form, but reinterpret cultural practices to sustain meaning under alternate conditions. And intergenerational transmission of trauma and identity. This transmission ensures that history remains active rather than distant, embedding remembrance within everyday life. Identity therefore develops in relation to experiences not personally lived yet deeply felt, reinforcing continuity while sustaining awareness of historical rapture. Despite consciousness and the politics of belonging, displacement renders belonging to the contested and the negotiated conditions where historical memory, cultural practice, and social network provide both leverage and limitations. Conclusion. Diasporic identity emerges from the interplay between the historical rapture and the enduring the process of memory, resilience, and cultural reconstruction. Experience of displacement, trauma, and loss while marking the disruption simultaneously provide the conditions through which communities react, belonging the continuity and self-understanding. The enduring nature of diasporic identity reflects a profound synthesis of loss and the resilience, where historical memory, ethical responsibility, and collective agency converge. Thank you so much for giving great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kalyani ma'am, for precisely briefing out the real concept behind diaspora, right from collective memory, displacement, and intergenerational transmission of trauma and memory. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to invite Ludia. So Library and Information Sciences, Stella College. So she will be presenting on digital libraries, evolution, challenges, and future directions. I welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I thank each and every sisters and every faculty members here present in the Stella College to give a wonderful opportunity to to present this paper. This is the first paper I'm presenting, so I'm a little nervous. And here the title is about digital libraries, its evaluation challenges and future generations. And digital libraries represent a significant shift in how information is stored, accessed, and disseminated globally. The digitalization of libraries offers a wealth of resources that break traditional barriers like geographic limitations and time constraints. This study explores the rise of digital libraries, their impact on modern knowledge, sharing systems, and challenges faced in their implementation and sustainability. By examining secondary data, it analyzes the evolution of digital libraries, technological advancements, and the growing importance of open access initiatives. Despite the vast potential, issues such as data preservation, security, interoperability, and copyright concerns remain significant hurdles. Furthermore, the lack of a universal framework and inconsistent technological standards across institutions further complicate their adoption and long-term effectiveness. So the objective of this paper is to provide a comprehensive understanding of digital libraries, roles, current problems, and potential solutions with an emphasis on enhancing accessibility, ensuring sustainability, and improving user experience. Thank you very much for giving this wonderful opportunity.
So thank you for your bold presentation indeed. So in the era of global transformation, preservation and safeguarding of the data is quite necessary, and this is the need. Thank you for throwing light on these aspects. Thank you once again. I thank all the participants for throwing light on different aspects of diasporic and its theme. Thank you all. And now I invite Gupta sir for a repertoire presentation.
Good evening to everyone. So in the session, we have total 4 papers. First paper was presented by Murli sir from SV University. So he shared his practical experiences in USA and Canada. He observed 2 extreme ends, like how attitude of USA people changed over the years, how Indian diaspora crossed the permissible limits in the name of religion, caste, and fake study certificates. He highlighted the passport cheating and selections issues by Indian diaspora. So it was a great practical experience shared by Murli sir. Second paper was presented by William Carey, a research scholar from the Acharya Nagarjuna University, on the topic Beyond Bollywood, South Indian cinema as an instrument of soft power in a decentralized media economy. He highlighted how cinematic soft power is no longer produced by one national center, but by multiple regional hubs. He analyzed pan-Indian cinema and digital platform, completely reshaping the soft power by selecting movies like Kantara. So great paper by William Carey, thank you. Next paper was presented by Dr. B. Kalyani from Loyola College. She presented her paper on surviving upheaval, historical trauma, and the making of diasporic identity. She highlighted past always remains and play an active role in the present life, and various aspects of survivals and historical trauma was analyzed by her. She stressed that disruptions like loss of homeland and erosion of roots create a new diasporic identity. Thank you for your paper, ma'am. And the last paper was presented by Lydia, ma'am. She said that it's her first paper. So all the best for your future papers, ma'am. She presented her paper on the topic Digital Libraries, Evolution Challenges and Future Directions. She highlighted the advantages offered by the digital libraries by reducing the physical barriers and economical barriers. She analyzed data preservation and security in her topic. So thank you all the paper presenters for your topics. Thank you so much.
So with that, we have come to the conclusion of this technical session today. And tomorrow we have again 3 more sessions in which we'll have the resource persons and also presentations. So all those people who are not able to present today will be doing the presentation. So we will send a reminder to all the people who have not presented, right? So with that, we come to the conclusion. Thank you for your patient listening. I guess you have all stayed through the session. Now it is also our pleasure to honor our chairperson. Ma'am, please come forward. We just have a small felicitation to you. I congratulate all the participants for this afternoon for your very nice papers. Yeah, that we are beginning there. Yes, thank you so much. So we again look forward to our enriching session tomorrow. Thank you. Have a good evening. Thank you. Janamagar, wait for me paper.